Welcome, welcome. You're here at Soul Fiction. Today we present to you, What If Harry Potter Was Raised by Charlie and Vaggie in Hazbin Hotel? Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Fell. The night Godric's Hollow burned was the night the sky cracked open. Not that anyone in the sleepy village saw it properly. The muggles closest to the Potter cottage felt something like a thunderclap roll through their chests, rattling windows and setting off car alarms up and down the lane. A few stumbled outside in their dressing gowns, squinting up at a sky that looked bruised, purples and greens swirling where there should have been stars. They'd talk about it the next morning over tea and toast, agree it must have been some freak lightning event, and never think about it again. They couldn't have known what really happened inside that cottage. Lily Potter stood between her son's crib and the thing that used to be a man. Her wand was downstairs, useless, abandoned in the chaos of James's last stand. She had nothing. No weapon, no escape route, no backup plan. She had her body. She had her voice. She had a choice. "Not Harry," she said. "Please, not Harry." Voldemort's red eyes regarded her with something that might have been curiosity in a creature still capable of it. His wand was already raised. The nursery was small, cramped with baby things, a stuffed stag on the shelf, a mobile of golden snitches turning lazily overhead, a half-finished letter to Sirius on the changing table. The mundane clutter of a life about to end. "Stand aside, girl. Not Harry, please, take me instead. Stand aside." She didn't move. She was shaking. Tears streamed down her face. But she planted her feet and spread her arms wide, making herself as large as she could between the Dark Lord and the crib, and she did not move. Avada Kedavra. Green light. Lily Potter crumpled. And the thing she'd done, the ancient, wild, sacrificial magic she'd invoked without wand or incantation, powered by nothing but the sheer, desperate, absolute love of a mother who would rather die than let her child be touched, settled over baby Harry like a second skin. Voldemort stepped over Lily's body. The baby in the crib was crying, fat tears rolling down round cheeks, little fists waving. A nuisance. A footnote. A prophecy to be snuffed out. Avada Kedavra. The green light hit the child. And the world broke. The killing curse struck the love shield wrapped around Harry Potter and did not pass through. It did not deflect. It did not absorb. It detonated. Two magics, the darkest curse ever conceived and the most ancient protection ever invoked, collided with the force of matter meeting antimatter, and the result was something that had never happened before in the long, bloody history of magic. The explosion vaporized Voldemort's body in an instant. His robes, his wand hand, his pale spider-fingered grip on power, all of it gone in a flash of white-green fire. His soul, fractured and wrong, screamed as it tore free from destroyed flesh, a wraith thing already clinging to the shadows, already fleeing. But that was the small part. The big part was the rift. Reality split. Not like a door opening, like fabric tearing, like bone breaking, a jagged wound ripping through the air above the crib where two impossible forces had met. Through the tear, something vast and red and wrong pulsed on the other side. A sky that wasn't a sky. A horizon that glowed like embers. The explosion had blown the roof off the nursery. Rubble rained down. The crib shattered. And Harry Potter, 15 months old, wrapped in his mother's sacrificial magic like a cocoon of golden light, was lifted by the shockwave and pulled toward the rift, toward the only opening the energy could find to discharge itself. The golden light around him pulsed once, twice, 3 times. As if deciding. As if choosing. Then baby Harry Potter fell through the crack in the world, and the rift sealed shut behind him with a sound like a thunderclap that people in Godric's Hollow would talk about over tea the next morning. The nursery was silent. Lily Potter's body lay still. The crib was matchwood. A stuffed stag smoldered in the corner. And on the shelf, untouched, the golden snitches on the mobile kept turning. Pentagram City never slept. That was the thing about hell, there was no real night, no real day, just a perpetual blood-red sky that occasionally darkened to something like crimson dusk before brightening again to its usual arterial glow. The denizens of the city didn't operate on schedules. They operated on urges, appetites, and the general principle that anything worth doing was worth doing violently and at maximum volume. The Hazbin Hotel stood at the edge of the more fashionable part of the city, which meant it was only moderately likely to be caught in crossfire on any given Tuesday. It was a grand old building, Charlie's passion project, her dream made manifest. A place where sinners could come to be rehabilitated. To find redemption. To earn their way into heaven. Most of hell thought this was hilarious. Charlie Morningstar did not care what most of hell thought. She was in the lobby that night, pacing. She paced when she was thinking, which was often, and she paced when she was excited, which was more often. Right now she was doing both, because she'd just finished drafting a new rehabilitation program, empathy exercises through collaborative art. And she was mentally rehearsing the pitch she'd give Vaggie, who would sigh, and then smile, and then help her make it work because that's what Vaggie did. "Babe, you're going to wear a groove in the floor," Vaggie said from the front desk, where she was doing the hotel's books. The hotel didn't have many guests yet, it had exactly 0 guests, but Vaggie kept the books anyway, because hope was free but electricity wasn't, even in hell. "I'm refining," Charlie said, spinning on her heel. Her blonde hair bounced. Her smile could have powered the city grid. "Okay, so picture this, we pair up the residents, when we get residents, and each pair has to paint a mural together. But the twist is, they can only use colors the other person picks. So they have to communicate. They have to compromise. They have to learn that Valentino's idea of a color palette would make everyone uncomfortable. We're not inviting Valentino." Smart. Charlie opened her mouth to continue the pitch when something hit the front door. Not a knock. Not a bang. A thump, soft, heavy, final. Like something had been dropped on the doorstep. They both went still. In Pentagram City, things landing on your doorstep ranged from "someone threw a bottle" to "someone threw a body," and neither was unusual. Vaggie's hand went to the spear she kept behind the desk. It was angelic steel, the blade gleaming faintly with a light that didn't belong in hell. She'd carried it since before the hotel, since before Charlie, since a time she didn't talk about. Her fingers wrapped around the shaft with practiced ease. "I'll check," she said. "We'll check," Charlie corrected, already moving toward the door. They opened it together. There was nothing on the doorstep. Vaggie frowned, scanning the street. Pentagram City stretched out in its usual chaos, neon signs, distant screams of either agony or karaoke, a few demons stumbling along the far sidewalk. Nothing unusual. Nothing close enough to have knocked and fled. "Down," Charlie said quietly. Vaggie looked down. A baby. A human baby, lying on the worn welcome mat, wrapped in a blanket that shimmered with fading golden light. The light pulsed weakly, like a heartbeat winding down, and with each pulse the baby became more visible, pink skin, dark messy hair, a lightning bolt cut on its forehead that was still fresh and angry, and wide green eyes that stared up at them with the baffled, hiccuping calm of a child who had just been crying very hard and was now too tired and confused to continue. Charlie dropped to her knees. "Oh my God," she breathed. "Oh my, Vaggie, that's a baby. I can see that. A human baby. I can see that too." Vaggie's grip on the spear tightened. She was scanning the street again, harder now, looking for the trick. The trap. The angle. Because there was always an angle in hell. "Charlie, don't touch it. Don't touch, Vaggie, it's a baby." Charlie reached down and scooped the child up with the instinctive confidence of someone who had never actually held a baby before but whose heart had decided this was non-negotiable. The infant fit against her chest, small and warm and impossible. The last of the golden light faded as Charlie held him, sinking into her skin, and the baby made a sound, not a cry, not a laugh, just a soft, exhausted little sigh, and his tiny fist closed around the collar of Charlie's blazer. Charlie's eyes went wide. Then wet. "Vaggie," she whispered. "No. Vaggie, look at him." "I'm looking. I see a human infant in hell. I see a problem, Charlie. I see 17 different ways this goes wrong. A living human in the underworld. Every demon with half a brain cell is going to want." She stopped herself. Took a breath. Looked at the baby again. The baby looked back at her with those absurd green eyes, and one tiny hand released Charlie's collar to reach vaguely in Vaggie's direction. "Damn it," Vaggie said. "He's reaching for you. He's reaching for everything. He's a baby. They do that. He's reaching for you." Vaggie stared at the child. The child stared at Vaggie. Then the baby sneezed, and a tiny spark of golden light shot out of him and hit the doorframe, leaving a small scorch mark on the wood. They both looked at the scorch mark. They looked at the baby. The baby appeared as surprised as they were. "Get inside," Vaggie said. "Now. Before someone sees." Charlie was already moving, cradling the infant against her chest, humming something soft and tuneless that she didn't even realize she was humming. Vaggie cast one last look at the empty street, then shut the door, locked it, and leaned against it. "This is insane," she said. "This is wonderful. Those are not mutually exclusive, and you know it." Charlie sat down on the lobby's worn couch, adjusting the baby in her arms. He'd calmed completely now, his little body relaxed against her, his breathing evening out into something close to sleep. The cut on his forehead had stopped bleeding, but it was a strange wound, too clean, too shaped, like it had been carved with intention. "He's hurt," Charlie said softly, touching the edge of the mark with her fingertip. A residual warmth pulsed against her skin, something she recognized on an instinctual level. Not demonic energy. Not hellfire. Something else. Something that tasted like sacrifice and love and desperate, final prayers. "Protection magic," Vaggie said, moving closer despite herself. She could feel it too, her angelic heritage, buried as it was, still resonated with certain frequencies of light. Someone died to put that on him. Charlie looked up. "What?" "That kind of magic, it's old. Older than the walls between realms. Someone loved this child enough to die for him, and their death became a shield." Vaggie's expression was complicated. Hard and soft at once, the way she got when something cracked through her armor. "It's probably what brought him here. That much sacrificial energy colliding with something dark enough to trigger it, the discharge had to go somewhere. Tore a hole, and he fell through. Fell through from where? The living world. Earth. Whatever you want to call it." Vaggie paused. "Charlie, he's alive. He's not a soul, not a sinner, not a shade. He's a living human child. I know. A living human child in hell. I know. If your father finds out, he won't. If the exorcists, they won't. Charlie." Vaggie sat down next to her. Their knees touched. The baby slept on, oblivious to the weight of the conversation happening above his head. "We can't keep him." Charlie looked at her. That look, the one that wasn't naive, wasn't foolish, wasn't the starry-eyed optimism everyone accused her of. It was steel wrapped in sunshine. It was the look of Lucifer's daughter choosing what she believed in and daring the universe to argue. "Someone loved him enough to die for him," Charlie said. "And then the universe, or magic, or fate, or whatever, dropped him on our doorstep. Not Valentino's. Not Vox's. Not any of the overlords. Ours. The one place in all of hell that's trying to be good. Tell me that's coincidence." Vaggie opened her mouth. Closed it. The baby shifted in Charlie's arms, nuzzling closer. His tiny fingers were still tangled in her collar. The lightning bolt on his forehead glowed faintly, briefly, then faded. "We don't even know his name," Vaggie said. It wasn't agreement. It wasn't refusal. It was the sound of someone starting to bend. "We'll figure it out." Charlie smiled. That smile. The one that could make demons believe in redemption. "We'll figure all of it out." Vaggie looked at the baby for a long time. Then she reached out and very carefully, very gently, adjusted the blanket around him, tucking it tighter, making sure his little arms were warm. "If anything, and I mean anything, threatens him, I will end it," Vaggie said quietly. "No questions, no mercy, no redemption arc. Are we clear?" "Crystal. Then I guess we have a baby." Charlie kissed her cheek. Then she kissed the top of the baby's head. The baby slept. Outside, Pentagram City roared and screamed and burned, the way it always did. Inside the Hazbin Hotel, something small and warm and human breathed in, breathed out, and was safe. They found his name 3 days later. The blanket he'd been wrapped in, they'd thought it was just a blanket, soft and blue and unremarkable, turned out to have a tag sewn into the corner. Charlie noticed it while doing laundry, which she'd had to learn how to do from scratch because infants, it turned out, went through a staggering number of blankets. The tag was embroidered, not printed, in neat stitches that had a faintly magical shimmer when she held them up to the light. Harry James Potter. Below that, in a different hand, looser, more hurried, as if added at the last moment, "We love you. We love you. We love you." Charlie stood in the hotel's small laundry room, holding the blanket, reading those words over and over until the tears came. She let them. Then she wiped her face, folded the blanket neatly, and brought it back to the crib they'd hastily assembled from spare furniture and demonic ingenuity. "Harry," she said to the sleeping baby. "Your name is Harry." Harry Potter blew a spit bubble in his sleep, which Charlie took as confirmation. The first week was chaos. Neither Charlie nor Vaggie had any experience with infants. Charlie's upbringing in the Morningstar household had involved nannies and tutors and the occasional sentient shadow, but she'd never actually cared for a baby. Vaggie's past was even less helpful, her memories from before her fall were fragmented, and the ones after were decidedly non-parental. They figured it out the way they figured everything out, together, messily, and with a lot of arguing at 3 in the not morning while Harry screamed. "Why is he crying?" Charlie asked, holding Harry at arm's length while he wailed. "I fed him, I changed him, I sang to him, maybe he didn't like the singing." "My singing is great. Your singing is enthusiastic. That's different." "Vaggie." Vaggie took Harry. She held him against her shoulder, one hand supporting his head, and walked. Just walked. Back and forth across the lobby, slow and steady, saying nothing. Harry's crying hitched, stuttered, and stopped. Within 2 minutes, he was asleep. Charlie stared. "How did you do that?" Vaggie shrugged. "Rhythm. Babies like rhythm." "Since when do you know what babies like?" "Since about 30 seconds ago." "I guessed." Charlie's expression melted into something so soft it could have been weaponized. "You're a natural." "I am not a," Vaggie caught herself. Harry was asleep on her shoulder, warm and heavy and trusting. She could feel his heartbeat against her collarbone. Small. Fast. Alive. "Fine," she said. "I'm a natural. Now go make more formula before he wakes up." The hotel's other residents found out about Harry in stages. Husk found out first, mostly because Husk was always at the bar and the bar was in the lobby and the lobby was where the crying happened. He'd been mid-pour, whiskey, neat, for himself, because what was the point of being a bartender in an empty hotel if you couldn't drink the inventory, when Charlie walked through carrying what was unmistakably a baby. He set the bottle down. Picked it back up. Poured a double. No, he said. Husk, absolutely not. I don't know what that is and I don't want to know. It's a baby. I said I don't want to know. He drank. Set the glass down. Looked at the baby. The baby looked at him with those green eyes and grinned a gummy, drooly, delighted grin. Ha, Husk said. He likes you. He's a baby. He likes everything. Husk paused. Why does he have a lightning bolt on his head? We're not sure yet. Is he human? Yes. Alive? Yes. Husk poured another drink. You two are going to get us all killed, you know that. That's what Vaggie said. Smart woman. Husk looked at the baby again. The baby reached toward him, fingers grasping. Husk, grumbling, extended one clawed finger. Harry grabbed it and held on with surprising strength, giggling. Husk stared at his own hand, now prisoner to an infant. Damn it, he said, which seemed to be the hotel's universal response to Harry. Nifty found out next and immediately tried to clean Harry, declaring him the dustiest baby she'd ever seen, which made no sense but was spoken with such conviction that nobody argued. She spent 3 hours knitting him tiny socks from thread she'd unraveled from the lobby curtains. The socks were mismatched and slightly manic-looking. Harry loved them. Angel Dust found out when he sauntered into the lobby one afternoon and heard babbling from behind the front desk. He leaned over and found Harry in a makeshift playpen constructed from overturned bar stools and couch cushions, sitting contentedly and chewing on a rubber bat that Vaggie had purchased from a demon toymaker who asked 0 questions about why an angel-turned-demon needed baby supplies. Angel blinked. He had a lot of eyes to blink with, and he used all of them. Okay, he said slowly. Okay, I got questions. He's a baby. He's human. He's ours. Don't tell anyone outside the hotel, Charlie said from across the room, having rehearsed this speech. Cool, cool, cool. Follow-up question, what the actual language? Charlie pointed at Harry. Little ears. He's like 1 year old, he doesn't know what language. Angel looked at Harry. Harry looked at Angel. Then Harry raised both arms in the universal baby gesture for, pick me up, and Angel Dust, who had not held anything gently in longer than he could remember, found himself bending down and scooping the kid up with 2 of his 4 arms. Harry grabbed a fistful of Angel's chest fluff and squealed with delight. Okay, kid's got taste, Angel said. I respect that. From that moment, Angel was in. He didn't make a speech about it, didn't have a dramatic emotional revelation. He just started showing up for feedings, making faces that sent Harry into peals of laughter, and threatening to disassemble, alphabetically, anyone who looked at the kid wrong. And then there was Alastair. The radio demon had been absent from the hotel for several days. He came and went as he pleased, bound by his deal with Charlie but sovereign in his own movements. He returned on a Tuesday, not that days of the week meant much in hell, but Vaggie kept a calendar for sanity's sake, strolling through the front door in his usual fashion, grinning, humming, surrounded by the faint crackle of radio static that followed him everywhere like a loyal dog. He made it 3 steps into the lobby before he stopped. His head tilted. His ever-present smile didn't change, it never changed, but something behind his eyes shifted. The static around him went quiet. Well, Alastair said. Something smells alive. He found Harry in the back office, where Vaggie was doing the accounts while Harry played on a blanket at her feet. Alastair appeared in the doorway, filling it with his tall, thin frame, his antlers nearly scraping the top of the door. Vaggie's hand was on her spear before he finished materializing. Easy, dear, Alastair said, his voice its usual jovial broadcast. I'm merely curious. What an interesting addition to our little establishment. Don't, Vaggie said flatly. Don't even think about it. Think about what? I'm thinking about many things. I'm thinking about what a fascinating specimen this is, a living human child, thrumming with enough magical residue to light up a city block. I'm thinking about the protection wards baked into his very skin, old magic, powerful magic, the kind that makes a dealmaker's fingers itch. His grin widened. And I'm thinking that you two have absolutely no idea what you've gotten yourselves into, which makes this all deliciously entertaining. Alastair. Vaggie. Harry, who had been ignoring the adults in favor of trying to fit his own foot into his mouth, looked up at the sound of the new voice. He stared at Alastair. Alastair stared back, red eyes meeting green ones. The radio static flared. Harry's forehead scar glowed briefly. And then Harry laughed. Not a polite baby giggle, a full, body-shaking, arms-waving belly laugh, as if Alastair was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. The sound cut through the static like sunlight through smoke, and for one fraction of a second, Alastair's permanent smile looked less like a mask and more like something genuine. "Oh, I like this one," Alastair said. "You're not making a deal with him," Vaggie said. "My dear, he's an infant." "What would I possibly, actually, don't answer that. The point is, I have no designs on your little foundling. I am simply, intrigued." He adjusted his monocle. "May I inquire as to his name?" "Harry," Vaggie said, still coiled and ready. "Harry." Alastair rolled the name around his mouth like wine. "Short for Harold." "Short for Harry. That's his name. Delightful. Well, Harry." He crouched down, bringing himself to eye level with the baby, maintaining a careful distance that seemed calculated to keep Vaggie from actually stabbing him. "Welcome to the hotel. I do hope you'll find the accommodations to your liking. The entertainment, I can assure you, will be spectacular." Harry reached toward Alastair's microphone staff, fingers grasping. Alastair pulled it back smoothly, waggling a finger. "Aha! Not a toy." Harry pouted. Then he sneezed, and another spark of golden light shot out, this time hitting Alastair's shoe. The leather smoked slightly. Alastair looked at his shoe. Looked at Harry. His grin could have split his face. "Oh, this is going to be fun." The years passed the way years do when you're busy, faster than you'd expect and slower than you'd like. Harry's second birthday was celebrated with a cake that Nifty made and that nobody was brave enough to eat except Harry, who ate it with both hands and seemed to suffer no ill effects. Charlie sang. Vaggie filmed it on a hellphone. Angel put a tiny party hat on Harry that said, "Birthday Demon," and nobody had the heart to correct the species classification. By 3, Harry was talking in full sentences. This was ahead of schedule for human children, Vaggie confirmed after stealing a child development book from the mortal world through a method she refused to elaborate on. Harry's first full sentence, directed at Husk, was, "Why you always grumpy," delivered with perfect diction and genuine curiosity. "Because I'm in hell, kid," Husk had replied. "But mommy says hell can be good." "Your mommy is an optimist." "What's Optimus?" "It means she thinks everything's gonna be fine." Harry considered this. "Isn't it?" Husk looked at the small human child sitting on his bar, feet dangling, green eyes wide and trusting, a lightning bolt scar on his forehead that occasionally sparked when he was excited. A kid who shouldn't exist here. Who should be terrified. Who was instead asking a cynical cat demon about optimism while eating a cookie. "Yeah, kid," Husk said. "Maybe it is." By 4, Harry's accidental magic was becoming a logistical challenge. His emotions triggered it, joy made things float, anger made things shatter, fear made him briefly invisible. Standard magical child fare, Vaggie said, based on her research. The problem was that in hell, magic looked different. When Harry was happy, things didn't just float, they floated and glowed, a warm golden light that made demons in the street stop and stare and hiss. When he was angry, the shattering came with a percussion wave that rattled the hotel's foundations. When he was scared, which was rare, because what was there to be scared of when your moms were the princess of hell and an ex-angel warrior, the invisibility was total and complete, not just visual but dimensional, like he slipped sideways out of reality for a moment. Charlie handled the joy magic. She celebrated it, encouraged it, taught Harry that his happiness was powerful and good and nothing to be ashamed of. When 5-year-old Harry accidentally made every piece of furniture in the lobby float to the ceiling because Angel told a joke that sent him into hysterics, Charlie clapped and laughed and called it redecorating. Vaggie handled the combat magic. Not with fear, not with suppression, with training. She recognized early that Harry's power was vast, growing, and completely untrained, and that the worst thing they could do was teach him to be afraid of it. So she started small. Feel the anger, she told him when he was 6, after a shouting match with a low-level imp outside the hotel who'd called Charlie a bleeding heart waste of royalty. Harry's fists were clenched, the air around him humming, a glass on the bar already cracking. Don't push it down. Don't pretend it's not there. Feel it. Now, aim it. Harry looked at her. That glass is already going to break. So break it on purpose. Choose to break it. Harry turned to the glass. Unclenched his fists. Took a breath. The glass didn't just break, it detonated into a fine powder that hung in the air like diamond dust before settling. Good, Vaggie said. Now fix it. I don't know how to fix it. Then learn. Power's easy, Harry. Any demon in this city has power. What matters is control. He learned. Not overnight, not without setbacks. There was the incident when he was 7 that they didn't talk about, the one that blew out every window on the hotel's 3rd floor and accidentally turned a passing demon's hat into a chicken, but he learned. By 8, his accidental magic wasn't accidental anymore. It was deliberate, focused, and growing stronger every day. Alastair, true to form, took an interest. He didn't train Harry, exactly. What he did was worse, he educated him. Not in magic, in presence. Power is a performance, dear boy, Alastair told Harry when he was 7, the two of them sitting in the hotel's small garden where Charlie was trying to grow flowers that kept coming up as carnivorous vines. Any fool can be strong. The art is in making everyone know you're strong before you lift a finger. Why? Because the fight you never have to fight is the fight you always win. Harry frowned. Mom says you should try to make friends before enemies. Your mother is correct. And the best way to ensure people want to be your friend is to make them very sure they don't want to be your enemy. Alastair's grin sharpened. It's not a contradiction, Harry. It's strategy. That sounds sneaky. It sounds efficient. There's a difference. Harry thought about this for a long time. So be nice, but make sure everyone knows you don't have to be. Alastair's radio static hummed with something that sounded remarkably like pride. You are a quick study. Husk taught Harry cards. Not just how to play, how to read. People, not just hands. Everyone's got a tell, kid, Husk said, dealing out another round of poker. Harry was 8 and already scarily good. A twitch, a rhythm change, a shift in posture. You learn to read tells, you'll never be surprised by anyone. What's your tell? I don't have one. You scratch behind your left ear when you're bluffing. Husk stared at him. Slowly, deliberately, put his cards down. I've been doing that. Every time. For how long? Since we started playing. I was 6. Husk poured himself a drink. You've been hustling me for 2 years. Harry grinned. It was a grin that had a little bit of Charlie's warmth, a little bit of Vaggie's sharpness, and more than a little bit of Alastair's showmanship. You said learn to read tells. You didn't say tell people when I figured theirs out. You're terrifying, kid. Thanks, Husk. That wasn't a compliment. It was a little bit of a compliment. Angel Dust taught Harry how to be funny. Not jokes, exactly, timing. When to talk and when to shut up. When a well-placed quip could defuse a fight and when it would start one. When to laugh at yourself and when to laugh at someone who deserved to be laughed at. The thing about humor, short stuff, Angel told 9-year-old Harry while they sat on the hotel roof, watching Pentagram City's skyline pulse, is that it's a weapon and a shield. You can cut someone open with the right joke. And you can make yourself untouchable, because nobody looks threatening when they're making people laugh. That's what you do, Harry said. You make everyone laugh so they forget to be scared of you. Angel went quiet for a second. Nah, baby, I make everyone laugh so I forget to be scared. Harry leaned against him. Angel put an arm around his shoulders. They watched the city burn in comfortable silence. And Charlie. Charlie taught Harry the thing that mattered most. She taught him hope. Not blind optimism, not naivete, not the sugary denial that her critics accused her of. Real hope. The kind with teeth. The kind that looks at the worst the world has to offer and says, I see you. I'm not afraid. And I still believe things can be better. She told him about the hotel. About her dream. About how everyone laughed and how she kept going anyway. She told him, when he was old enough, about his parents, what little they'd been able to piece together. That they were magical. That they were human. That they loved him so much his mother had died to protect him, and that her love had been so powerful it had literally ripped open reality. That's the most powerful magic there is, Charlie told him, sitting on the edge of his bed one night when he was 9. Not spells. Not demons. Not any of the overlords in this city. Love, Harry. Real, sacrificial, no strings attached love. That's what saved you. That's what brought you to us. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, do you think she'd be okay with it? My birth mom. That I'm here, in hell, being raised by demons? Charlie smiled. I think a woman who loved you enough to die for you would be okay with anyone who loved you enough to live for you. Harry hugged her so hard his scar sparked, and Charlie held him, and the hotel creaked and groaned around them like a living thing settling in for the night. The letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. Charlie had gone all out, because Charlie always went all out. The lobby was decorated with streamers and balloons, half of which Angel had shaped into inappropriate things before Vaggie threatened him with her spear, and there was a cake that was actually edible this time because Vaggie had made it instead of Nifty. Husk had wrapped a present in newspaper and was pretending he hadn't put any thought into the chess set inside. Alastair had supplied music, because Alastair always supplied music, whether you wanted it or not. Harry sat in the middle of it all, grinning, wearing a party crown that said, 11, in glitter, surrounded by the strangest and most wonderful family anyone had ever had. He was tall for his age, lean and quick, with his mother's green eyes and his father's impossible black hair and a lightning bolt scar that he wore openly and without shame. He moved like Vaggie had trained him, balanced, aware, every step deliberate without looking rehearsed. He smiled like Charlie, open and warm and genuine. And he spoke like all of them, a verbal chameleon who could be earnest one second and devastatingly sarcastic the next. He was, by any reasonable measure, the most unusual 11-year-old in any dimension. He was blowing out the candles, 11 of them, plus one to grow on, which Angel insisted on even though the concept of growing on was ominous in hell, when something hit the lobby window. A bird. Some kind of bird. It smacked into the glass, bounced off, circled dazedly, and hit it again. And again. With increasing desperation. Is that an owl? Husk said, squinting. It was an owl. A tawny, brown, thoroughly ordinary owl, except that it was in hell, which made it thoroughly extraordinary. It clung to the window ledge, feathers ruffled, eyes wide and frantic, with an envelope in its beak. The envelope was heavy parchment, sealed with red wax, and it seemed to be glowing. How did an owl get into hell? Vaggie said, already on her feet. More importantly, why is it trying to break our window? Angel said. Harry walked to the window and opened it. The owl tumbled in, landed on his shoulder, dropped the letter in his hands, and immediately flew to Husk's bar, where it sat on the top shelf and refused to move, its eyes the size of dinner plates and its entire body vibrating with the trauma of having navigated what appeared to be an interdimensional postal route. "Give that thing some water," Vaggie told Husk. "I'm a bartender, not a vet." Husk. "Fine." He poured water into a shot glass and pushed it toward the owl. The owl drank desperately. Harry looked at the letter. Heavy parchment. Green ink. Addressed, with remarkable specificity, to Mr. H. Potter, the third-floor corner room, Hazbin Hotel, Pentagram City. Hell. He turned it over. The wax seal bore a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger surrounding a large letter H. "Mom," Harry said. "Mama. You should probably see this." Charlie and Vaggie came to stand on either side of him. He broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The lobby was silent. Even Alastair's background music had stopped. Harry read the letter again. Then a third time. He looked at Charlie. He looked at Vaggie. He looked at the supply list, cauldrons, wands, books, robes. He looked at the traumatized owl on Husk's top shelf. "So," he said. "Apparently I'm a wizard." "You can already do magic," Angel pointed out. "Yeah, but this is like, school wizard. Organized wizard. Wizard with homework. Where is Hogwarts?" Vaggie asked, already in tactical mode, her eye scanning the letter for details. "Earth, I'd assume," Alastair said, materializing at Harry's shoulder to read over it. His grin was incandescent. "The mortal world. The human magical world, to be specific. How fascinating." Charlie took the letter from Harry's hands and read it herself. Her expression cycled through surprise, wonder, excitement, and then something she tried very hard to hide but Harry saw anyway, fear. Not fear of the letter. Fear of what it meant. Fear that this magical school in a world she'd never been to was going to take her son away from her. Harry saw it, and he saw her swallow it down, and he saw her smile. "This is amazing," Charlie said. Her voice only wavered a little. "Harry, your parents were magical. This is their world. This is where you come from." "I come from here," Harry said. "I come from you." Charlie's composure cracked. "Just for a second." Vaggie put a hand on her shoulder. "Both can be true," Vaggie said quietly. Then, to Harry, "How do you feel about this?" Harry looked at the letter. He looked at his family, the demon princess, the fallen angel, the radio demon, the grumpy cat, the spider with a heart of gold, the hyperactive cyclops. He looked at the cake with its guttering candles and the balloons and the hand-wrapped presents and the traumatized owl. "I think," he said slowly, "that I want to know where I came from. I think I want to go." Charlie nodded. Her eyes were bright. "And I think," Harry continued, grinning, "that the wizarding world has absolutely no idea what's about to walk through their door." Alastair's radio static swelled into something that sounded like applause. Angel hooped. Nifty clapped. Husk raised his glass. Vaggie's expression was complicated and fierce and proud all at once. Charlie pulled Harry into a hug. "We'll get you ready," she promised. "We'll get you everything you need. And if anyone there gives you trouble," Vaggie added, her hand drifting to her spear, "you call us." "Mom. I was raised in hell." "Exactly. So you know how to handle yourself. She paused. But call us anyway. Harry laughed. And for a moment, in the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel, in the middle of Pentagram City, in the heart of hell itself, everything was golden. The owl on the top shelf hooted weakly. Husk refilled its water. Someone write a reply, Vaggie said. And figure out how to get this bird home without it having a complete nervous breakdown. I'll draft something, Charlie said, already reaching for paper. Something warm but professional. Something that says, thank you for the acceptance, our son will attend, also he's been living in hell for 10 years but he's very well adjusted. Maybe leave out the hell part, Harry suggested. Maybe leave out the hell part, Charlie agreed. They sat down together, all of them, the whole chaotic, impossible family, and they wrote the letter. Harry held the pen. Charlie dictated. Vaggie edited. Angel made suggestions that were vetoed. Alastair offered to include a personal note that was also vetoed. Husk contributed nothing but refilled everyone's drinks, including the owls. The reply was simple in the end, Dear Professor McGonagall, thank you for the acceptance letter. I am delighted to attend Hogwarts and look forward to the start of term. I will acquire my school supplies in the coming weeks. With regards, Harry Potter. They tied it to the owl's leg. The owl looked at them with an expression that clearly communicated it would rather die than make the return trip. You can do it, buddy, Harry told it, stroking its feathers. A tiny pulse of golden magic passed from his fingertip to the bird, warmth, courage, a little bit of the protection that still lived in his skin. The owl perked up. Its feathers smoothed. It hooted with something approaching confidence. Harry carried it to the window and held it up to the red sky of hell. Straight up and keep going until the sky turns blue. The owl launched itself into the air. It flew up, 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 a brown speck against the crimson, and then, with a faint pop that might have been magical or might have been dimensional, it was gone. Harry watched the sky for a long time after it disappeared. Behind him, Charlie leaned into Vaggie. He's going to be okay. He's going to be more than okay, Vaggie said. He's going to be magnificent. In the distance, Pentagram City burned and screamed and laughed, the way it always did. But in the Hazbin Hotel, a boy who had fallen from one world and been raised in another was getting ready to step into a third. And he wasn't afraid. He'd never been afraid. That was the thing about being raised by the people who loved you, not the people who were supposed to, not the people the world assigned, but the people who chose you, who found you on a doorstep and said, mine, and meant it forever. That kind of love didn't make you soft. It made you unbreakable. Harry Potter, the boy who fell, the son of hell's heart and heaven's steel, turned away from the window and walked back to his family. He had a birthday cake to finish. Chapter 2, Welcome to the Wizarding World. The morning they left for London, Vaggie made Harry pack 3 times. Clothes, toiletries, emergency kit, she said, standing in the doorway of his room with her arms crossed and her expression set to its default mode of loving disapproval. Show me the emergency kit. Harry held up a small leather pouch. Healing salve from Rosie, 2 vials of hellfire extract, non-lethal, before you ask, a communication crystal tuned to the hotel, and a photograph of all of us so I don't get homesick. You won't get homesick. I might get a little homesick. Good. That means we did our job. Vaggie inspected the pouch, opened each vial, sniffed the healing salve, and handed it back. The hellfire extract is a last resort. Absolute last resort. I know, Mama. You use it on a human and it won't just hurt them, it'll burn on a spiritual level. It's for emergencies that involve things worse than humans. I know. She held his gaze for a long moment, then pulled him into a hug. Quick, tight, fierce. Don't start fights. I won't. Finish them. Always. And call us. Every week. The communication crystal works across dimensions. I tested it with Alastair last Thursday. I know. He called me at 3 in the morning to confirm. I nearly stabbed him through the crystal. She released him, straightened his collar, and stepped back. You look good, Mijo. Harry grinned. He was dressed in mortal clothes that Charlie had sourced from somewhere, jeans, a green t-shirt that matched his eyes, sneakers, a light jacket. Normal. Unremarkable. The kind of outfit that said, regular kid, to anyone who didn't look too closely at the way he carried himself or the faint, ember-like warmth that radiated from the lightning bolt on his forehead. Charlie was in the lobby, and she was not handling it well. She wasn't crying, she'd cried the night before, quietly, in the bedroom she shared with Vaggie, thinking Harry couldn't hear. Harry heard. He didn't say anything because he understood that sometimes people needed to be sad privately before they could be brave publicly. Vaggie had taught him that. What Charlie was doing now was worse than crying. She was being cheerful. Okay, she said, clapping her hands together with enough force to crack a walnut. Big day. Huge day. We're going to Diagon Alley, we're getting school supplies, we're going to see the human magical world, this is going to be so, babe, Vaggie said. Fun, and I've researched everything, I know where we're going, I've mapped it all out, Charlie. And I've practiced my glamour 16 times so I look completely human, see? She gestured at herself. In her natural form, Charlie Morningstar was unmistakable, the pale skin, the rosy cheeks, the red accents, the occasional flash of her demonic side with its horns and wild eyes. The glamour smoothed all of it away. She looked like a tall, pretty blonde woman in her late 20s, bright-eyed and beaming, in a sundress and cardigan. Perfectly ordinary. Completely human. Except that she was radiating nervous energy so intensely that the lobby lights were flickering. You look great, Mom, Harry said. Thank you, sweetie. Vaggie, show Harry your glamour. Vaggie sighed and activated her own. The change was subtler, her more angular features softened slightly, the gray tones of her skin warmed to brown, her hair fell naturally rather than defying physics. She kept the eye patch. When Harry raised an eyebrow, she shrugged. It's a good look, and it doesn't need explaining. Humans wear eye patches. You could just glamour both eyes. I like the eye patch. Harry didn't argue. He liked it too. There was something comforting about the fact that even in disguise, Vaggie still looked like Vaggie. The rest of the hotel had gathered to see them off. Husk stood behind the bar, pretending to clean a glass he'd already cleaned 4 times. Nifty zipped around Harry's feet, adjusting his shoelaces and brushing invisible lint from his jacket. Angel leaned against a pillar, arms folded, wearing an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and failing. You remember what I taught you? Angel said. Make them laugh before they can judge. And if someone's being a real piece of work, the best thing to do is smile and ask them to repeat what they just said, because nothing makes a bully more uncomfortable than being forced to say the quiet part loud twice. That's my boy. Angel's voice cracked on boy, barely, and he covered it with a cough. Allergies. Hell dust. We don't have allergies, Husk said. Shut up, Husk. Alastair materialized from the shadows with his usual theatrical timing. He was holding something, a small, leather-bound journal, dark red, with no title on the cover. A parting gift, he said, offering it to Harry. Empty pages. Write in it, and I'll receive the words on my end. Write back, and you'll see my responses appear. Think of it as a private correspondence. Vaggie's eye narrowed. That sounds like it has strings attached. No strings. No deals. No fine print. Alastair's grin softened by a degree that only people who'd known him for years could detect. Merely a means for the boy to reach someone who can offer perspective. The kind his mothers, for all their considerable virtues, may not always provide. What kind of perspective? Charlie asked. The ruthless kind. Alastair met Harry's eyes. You're going to a world that thinks it knows you. That has already written your story before you've had a chance to live it. You'll need someone to remind you that their story doesn't have to be yours. Harry took the journal. It was warm in his hands. Thanks, Alastair. Don't thank me, dear boy. Entertain me. That's all I've ever asked. The portal was Charlie's doing. As Lucifer's daughter, she had certain privileges, one of which was the ability to open doorways between hell and the mortal world. It wasn't easy, it wasn't subtle, and it left a mark on the local metaphysical landscape that would fade in a few hours. But it worked. She drew it in the air with her finger, a circle of golden light that expanded until it was tall enough to walk through. On the other side, visible through the shimmer, was a dingy London street. Grey sky. Drizzle. A pub on the corner with a sign that read, "The Leaky Cauldron." "That's our entry point," Charlie said. "The gateway between the mundane world and the magical one. I found it in the research, it's hidden from non-magical humans, but we should be able to see it with the glamours." Harry stared through the portal at London. Real, living, human London. He'd spent his entire conscious life in hell, in Pentagram City, in the hotel, surrounded by demons and sinners and the eternal red sky. The grey drizzle on the other side of that circle looked alien. "Hey." Vaggie put a hand on his shoulder. "You okay?" "Yeah. It's really grey. It's London. It's always grey. I like it." He squared his shoulders. "Let's go." He turned back one last time. Angel was wiping his eyes and claiming hell dust again. Husk raised his glass in a silent toast. Nifty waved with both hands. Alastair tipped his hat. Harry waved back. Then he stepped through the portal, flanked by his mothers, and landed in the mortal world for the first time in 10 years. London hit him like a wall. Not the sights were manageable, just grey buildings and grey sky and grey people hurrying through grey rain. It was the feel of it. Hell had a constant background thrum, a bass note of chaotic energy that vibrated through everything. You didn't notice it until it was gone, the same way you didn't notice the sound of your own heartbeat until it stopped. The mortal world was quiet. Not silent, there were cars and voices and the patter of rain, but underneath all of it, the metaphysical hum was just gone. Replaced by something softer, greener, more alive. Harry could feel growing things. Trees pushing through concrete. Grass in distant parks. The Thames flowing slow and ancient through the city. Life, everywhere, in everything, unaware of itself and thriving. "You feel it?" Charlie said softly, watching his face. "It's so alive here. That's the mortal world. Everything is growing or dying or both. That's what makes it beautiful." She squeezed his hand. "That's where you came from." The Leaky Cauldron was exactly as unremarkable as a magical pub in the middle of London should have been. Muggles walked past without a glance, their eyes sliding off the building like water off glass. Harry could see it clearly, the weathered sign, the dark windows, the door that seemed to be waiting for someone worth opening for. He pushed it open and walked in. Dark. Cramped. Smelled like old beer and older wood. A handful of patrons sat at scattered tables, witches and wizards in various states of dress, some in robes, some in awkward muggle clothes, all of them nursing drinks and conversations. The bartender, a bald man with a gummy smile, looked up as they entered. "Morning, morning. What can I, bless my soul?" He'd seen the scar. Harry's hair, as always, refused to cover his forehead. The lightning bolt was right there, faintly shimmering in the pub's candlelight, and the bartender, Tom, his name tag said, was staring at it like he'd seen a ghost. Which, given the translucent figure drifting through the far wall, was apparently a common occurrence here. "It's Harry Potter," Tom breathed. "It's, welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back." The pub went silent. Every head turned. Harry felt 24 pairs of eyes lock onto his forehead, and then onto his face, and then the whispering started, a tide of hissing voices that rippled through the room like wind through grass. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, here, in the leaky cauldron, thought he was dead. Where's he been? People started standing up, moving toward him. A witch in a purple hat reached for his hand. A short man in a top hat was practically climbing over a table. The barrage was coming, hands outstretched, faces shining with tears and reverence, mouths open to pour their gratitude over a boy who didn't know them and didn't understand what they were thanking him for. Vaggie stepped forward. Not aggressively, not overtly, she simply shifted her position, placing herself slightly between Harry and the approaching crowd, and something in her posture communicated a message so clearly that words would have been redundant. Come closer and find out what happens. The crowd's momentum stalled. Smiles became uncertain. Hands lowered. We appreciate the warm welcome, Charlie said, stepping up on Harry's other side, her voice bright and friendly and carrying a note of steel underneath the sunshine, but we're on a bit of a schedule. School shopping. You know how it is. She guided Harry toward the back of the pub, where she'd read the entrance to Diagon Alley was located. Vaggie followed, walking backward for a few steps, sweeping the crowd with the easy alertness of someone who'd once been a soldier. Tom the bartender scrambled after them. Of course, the entrance is just through here. I'll open it for you, Mrs. Potter, is it? The Mrs. Guardian, Charlie said smoothly. Both of us, Vaggie added. Tom blinked. Processed. Nodded rapidly. Right, of course, lovely, just tap this brick here, 3 up and 2 across from the dustbin, and, the wall opened. Harry had seen a lot of impressive things in his life. He'd seen Alastair tear a hole in the sky during a turf dispute. He'd watched Charlie's full demonic form emerge during a confrontation with an overlord, all horns and fire and terrible beauty. He'd stood on the hotel roof during the extermination and watched angels descend from heaven with weapons drawn. Diagon Alley still made him catch his breath. It was alive the way hell was alive, but differently. Color everywhere, shop fronts in purples and golds and emerald greens, windows full of moving things, owls and cats and something that might have been a small dragon on a leash. Cauldrons stacked outside one shop, broomsticks displayed in another, a crowd of kids his age pressing their faces against glass to stare at the latest racing model. The cobblestones were old and uneven and magical, he could feel enchantments woven into them like threads in a tapestry, centuries of spells layered on top of each other, the whole street humming with a kind of chaotic, joyful power that reminded him, just a little, of the hotel on a good day. Oh, Charlie said. Oh. Her eyes were huge. Her glamour flickered for a moment, a flash of something too bright, too otherworldly, too Charlie, before stabilizing. Vaggie, look at this. I'm looking. Maintain your cover. But look at the owls. I see the owls. Cover. Maintain it. Harry was already walking. Not aimlessly, with purpose. The supply list was in his pocket, and Vaggie had drilled the itinerary into his head that morning. Gringotts first, the Wizarding Bank, where apparently his parents had left him money. Then wand, then robes, then books, then everything else. Gringotts, he said, pointing at the towering white marble building at the end of the street. It leaned at an angle that should have been impossible, all columns and bronze doors and a general aura of, don't even think about it. As they walked, people stared. Not because they recognized Harry, his scar was partially hidden by his hair from this angle, but because Charlie and Vaggie, even glamoured, drew attention. Charlie walked through Diagon Alley with the unconscious grace of royalty, her eyes bright with curiosity, her smile reflexive and radiant. Vaggie moved like a bodyguard, which she was. Together, they looked like nothing the wizarding world had ever seen, 2 strikingly beautiful women flanking a messy-haired boy, all 3 walking with the easy confidence of people who'd seen stranger things than a magical shopping district. The goblins at Gringotts were the first beings in the mortal world to make Vaggie relax, even slightly. They were small, sharp-featured, and looked at Harry with an expression that was all business and zero sentiment. No gasping. No staring at his scar. No breathless reverence. Just a long, appraising look and a curt nod. "Name?" said the goblin at the main desk. "Harry Potter." "Key?" Harry didn't have a key. He looked at Charlie. Charlie looked at Vaggie. Vaggie stepped forward. He was removed from the wizarding world as an infant. No key was provided. "We need access to the Potter family vault." The goblin's eyes narrowed. "Identity verification will be required. Standard procedure, blood and magic confirmation. Follow me." They were led through a side door into a small stone room. Another goblin waited with a silver dagger and a piece of parchment. The process was quick. Harry pricked his finger, the blood was startlingly red against his brown skin, ordinary, human, and let 3 drops fall onto the parchment. The blood sizzled, rearranged itself, and formed words. Harry James Potter, son of James Fremont Potter and Lily Jane Potter, née Evans, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Potter status, living magical signature, confirmed, anomalous, see notation. The goblin peered at the last line. Then peered at Harry. Then peered at the parchment again. "Anomalous," the goblin repeated. "Your magical signature has unusual traces. Non-standard origin markers." "I grew up in a non-standard environment," Harry said blandly. The goblin waited for elaboration. None came. After a moment, the goblin shrugged, a very goblin-like shrug, all shoulders and no patience, and produced a small golden key from a drawer. "Your vault key. Vault 687. The Potter family vault, Vault 712, will become available to you at age 17 per the terms of the trust. Vault 687 is your trust fund, established by James and Lily Potter, with sufficient funds for your education and maintenance. Would you like to visit it now? Please." The cart ride to the vaults was exactly as terrifying as it should have been. They plummeted through underground tunnels at breakneck speed, the cart taking corners at angles that would have killed a normal human. Charlie's glamour flickered twice during a particularly steep drop, her demonic grin flashing through before she wrestled it back under control. Vaggie gripped the side of the cart with white knuckles and a neutral expression that Harry recognized as her "I am definitely going to stab something when this is over" face. Harry loved it. "This is amazing," he yelled as they took a corkscrew turn. The goblin driving the cart, Griphook, he'd introduced himself, glanced back with something that might have been respect. "Most humans vomit on this part," Griphook said. "I'm not most humans." The vault, when they reached it, was full of gold. Piles of gold coins, galleons, the goblin called them, along with silver sickles and bronze nuts. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at the fortune his parents had left him. "This was theirs," he said quietly. Charlie put a hand on his shoulder. "They left it for you. For your future." Harry nodded. He filled a bag with enough coins for school supplies. Vaggie had estimated the amounts from the research, and they rode back up in silence, the gold heavy in his pocket and something heavier in his chest. His parents had prepared for him to go to Hogwarts. They'd saved for it. They'd planned for a future they never got to see. He was going to do it. He was going to go, and he was going to be brilliant, and somewhere, wherever they were going to be proud. Ollivander's was the strangest shop Harry had ever been in, and he'd been in shops in Pentagram City where the merchandise screamed. It was small. Dim, every wall was lined floor to ceiling with narrow boxes, stacked on shelves that stretched back into shadows the lamps couldn't reach. The air was thick with something Harry could only describe as potential, raw magical energy, coiled and waiting, thrumming through every surface. "Ah," said a voice from the darkness between the shelves. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." An old man emerged. Pale, wide-eyed, with a shock of white hair and an expression that suggested he knew things about you that you didn't know yourself. "Ollivander." Harry had read about him on the supply list, the wand maker. The best in Britain, possibly the world. Your mother, Ollivander said, moving close, his silver eyes uncomfortably intent, favored a willow wand. 10¼ inches. Swishy. Good for charm work. Your father, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration. You remember every wand you've sold? Harry asked. Every single one, Mr. Potter. The wand chooses the wizard, you see. It is a bond, intimate and permanent. His gaze dropped to Harry's scar. And I am sorry to say that the wand that gave you that scar was one of mine as well. You, 13½ inches, phoenix feather core. Powerful. Very powerful. Terrible things, yes, but great. Charlie's glamour flickered. Vaggie's hand shifted to her hip, where a knife was concealed under her jacket. Harry just looked at Ollivander with calm, steady green eyes. I'm not here about that wand. I'm here about mine. Something shifted in Ollivander's expression. A flicker of surprise, quickly buried. Of course. Of course. Let's begin. The process was, in its own way, hilarious. Ollivander pulled boxes from shelves with manic precision, handing Harry wand after wand. Try this, beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible. Harry waved it. Nothing. No, no, maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, quite whippy. A vase exploded. Definitely not, ebony and unicorn hair, 11 inches, springy. The shelf behind him caught fire. Charlie yelped. Vaggie stomped it out. Tricky customer. Ollivander said, and he sounded delighted. Not to worry, we'll find your match. They went through a dozen more. 2 dozen. Each one reacted to Harry with increasing violence, sparks, flames, one wand actually screamed and turned to ash in his hand. Ollivander's eyes grew wider with each failure, his excitement building rather than diminishing. Your magic, he murmured, studying Harry's hand after the 30th attempt. It's dense. Layered. There's the natural magical core, strong, very strong, Potter and Evans' blood combined, but underneath that, something else. Something I've never encountered. It's as if your magic has been steeped in a different kind of power entirely. Harry said nothing. Charlie and Vaggie exchanged a glance. Ollivander disappeared into the back of the shop. He was gone for 3 full minutes. When he returned, he was carrying a single box, older than the others, dusty, the wood dark with age. I wonder, he said softly. I do wonder. He opened the box. Inside, resting on faded velvet, was a wand. It was 11 inches, dark wood with a slight twist to the grain, and the moment Harry's eyes landed on it, his scar pulsed. Not painfully, warmly. Like recognition. Harry picked it up. The shop exploded with light. Not destructive light, living light. Golden warmth erupted from the wand's tip and spiraled around Harry like a cyclone, lifting his hair, pulling at his clothes. The shelves rattled. Boxes tumbled. The windows rang. And through it all, Harry stood perfectly still, eyes closed, feeling the wand in his hand and the wand feeling him, and there was a moment, brief, eternal, where the golden light of his mother's protection and the deep red warmth of 10 years in hell merged with the magic of the wand and became something new. Something that had never existed before. The light faded. The shop settled. Harry opened his eyes. The wand hummed in his grip. Alive. His. Ollivander was staring. Not with his usual knowing confidence, with genuine, unfiltered shock. Holly and phoenix feather, he whispered. 11 inches. Nice and supple. He paused. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave one other feather, just one. The wand that gave you your scar. Brother wands, Vaggie said sharply. Yes. But that's not what concerns me. Ollivander leaned closer. When the wand chose you, Mr. Potter, I saw the resonance. Every wand maker learns to read it, the magic signature, its flavor, its origin. Your core magic is powerful, yes. Prodigious. But the other layer, the one beneath, I have never seen its like. It is not dark. It is not light. It is something else entirely. Something that does not belong to this world. Silence. The kind of silence that has weight. Harry looked Ollivander dead in the eye. Is that a problem? A beat. Ollivander's mouth twitched. No, Mr. Potter. It's a marvel. Harry paid for the wand, 7 galleons, and they left the shop. Outside, Diagon Alley's bustle swallowed them back up, and Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Well, Charlie said. That was intense. He knew something was different about me. Lots of people are going to know something is different about you, Vaggie said. That's why we practiced. I know. No revealing hell, no revealing my upbringing, no revealing anything about my family beyond private guardians who prefer anonymity. Harry turned the wand over in his hands. It was warm. Responsive. When he thought about making light, a soft glow appeared at the tip without him speaking a word. But I'm not going to lie about who I am. No one's asking you to lie. You're asking me to omit. I'm asking you to be strategic. There's a difference. Vaggie stopped walking and turned to face him. Around them, wizards and witches bustled past, oblivious. Harry, listen to me. This world doesn't know you. But they think they do. They think you're the boy who lived, some symbol, some hero, some chess piece in a game that's been running since before you were born. The moment you walk into that school, everyone is going to try to make you fit into the story they've already written. So I write my own. So you write your own. But you do it smart. You don't give them ammunition. You don't hand them the narrative. You control what people know and when they know it. She softened, just slightly. Not because you're hiding. Because information is power, and you don't give power away for free. Harry held her gaze for a long moment. Then he smiled, small, warm, Vaggie's own smile reflected back at her. Alastair taught me the same thing, you know. I know. He's right about some things. Don't tell him I said that. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was next. Harry stood on a stool while enchanted tape measures flew around him, and that's where he met the blonde boy. The kid was already on the next stool over, getting fitted for Hogwarts robes. Pale, pointed face, hair slicked back with an almost weaponized amount of gel, and an expression that suggested the world existed for his mild inconvenience. He looked at Harry with a quick, assessing glance, the kind that sorted people into categories of useful and not useful within seconds. Hogwarts too? The boy asked. Yeah. First year. Yep. Know what house you'll be in? I'm going to be in Slytherin, whole family's been in Slytherin. I'd probably leave if they put me in Hufflepuff, wouldn't you? Harry looked at the boy. Read him. Husk's training kicked in automatically, the lifted chin, the name-dropping, the need to establish superiority within the first 30 seconds of conversation. Not malicious, exactly. Insecure. This was a kid who'd been taught that his value was his name, and he was testing whether Harry knew the right names to be impressed by. I don't know much about the houses yet, Harry said casually. But I figure wherever I end up is going to be lucky to have me. The blonde boy blinked. That wasn't a response his script accounted for. Well, yes, I suppose that's one way to. Do you know who I am? Nope. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Harry searched the name for any recognition and found none. Harry Potter. Draco's mouth fell open. Literally fell open, the kind of exaggerated shock that only 11-year-olds can produce. You're Harry Potter. Last I checked. But no one's seen you in, you disappeared, where have you been? Around. Draco waited for more. More did not come. Harry watched the boy recalculate in real time, upgrading him from unknown quantity to potentially valuable asset. It was transparent enough that Husk would have laughed. My father told me all about you, Draco said, recovering smoothly. He said you'd be coming to Hogwarts this year. Said we should be friends. Did he? Of course. The right sort of people should stick together. I can help you there, Potter. Some wizarding families are better than others, you don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. He glanced, not subtly, toward the shop window, where a family of redheads was passing by, all freckles and second-hand robes and laughter. I can help you navigate that. Harry looked at Draco Malfoy. He thought about all the demons he'd met in hell who talked exactly like this, the ones who measured everyone by bloodline and power and status, the ones who couldn't see past the surface to the substance. He thought about what Charlie would say, everyone deserves a chance. He thought about what Vaggie would say, but you don't owe anyone a second one if they waste the first. I appreciate the offer, Harry said, his tone pleasant and completely unreadable. But I tend to pick my own friends. Nothing personal, I just don't let other people sort the world into categories for me. Draco's expression flickered. Confusion, mostly. A hint of something that might have been respect, quickly buried under offense. Suit yourself, Draco said coolly. But you'll learn, Potter. The wizarding world has rules. So does everywhere else. Doesn't mean I follow them. Madame Malkin finished Harry's robes before Draco's. Harry hopped off the stool, collected his packages, and nodded at the boy. See you at school, Malfoy. He left. Charlie was waiting outside, holding 3 bags of books and vibrating with questions. Who was that? A kid named Draco Malfoy. Rich family, big ego, desperate to be important. Harry paused. He reminded me of some of the younger demons at the hotel, the ones who never learned that power and status aren't the same thing. Could he be a friend? Could be. Could be a problem. Too early to tell. Harry took 2 of the bags from Charlie because she was clearly about to drop them. What's next on the list? The Hogwarts Express left from King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4, on September the 1st. Charlie, Vaggie, and Harry arrived an hour early because Vaggie believed in tactical positioning and Charlie believed in long goodbyes. They'd portaled into a quiet alley near the station, glamours in place, and walked through the mundane world like any other family dropping a kid off at school. Except that one of the mothers was the Princess of Hell, the other was a fallen angel, and the kid had spent his formative years dodging demon turf wars and learning poker from a cat. Platform 9 3/4 was accessed by walking through a solid brick barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Vaggie tested it first, because Vaggie tested everything first. She walked straight at the wall, hand on her concealed knife, and vanished through the brick. A moment later, her hand reached back through and gave a thumbs up. Harry and Charlie followed. The platform was chaos. A scarlet steam engine, the Hogwarts Express, sat belching smoke while hundreds of students and parents swarmed around it. Owls hooted. Cats yowled. A toad made a break for freedom and was pursued by a round-faced boy on the verge of tears. Trunks were loaded, hugs were exchanged, first-years clung to parents while trying to look like they weren't clinging. Harry took it in. The noise, the color, the sheer human normalcy of it. Kids his age, doing kid things, going to school. No demons. No hellfire. No existential dread. Just children and luggage and terrible goodbyes. He loved it. Okay, Charlie said. She'd been doing well, composed, cheerful, totally fine, for the entire morning. But standing on the platform, watching the train that was about to carry her son to a different world, her composure started to fracture. "Mom," Harry said. "I'm fine." "You're not fine." "I'm fine." Her voice was thick. Her glamored eyes were shining. You'll write? With the crystal? Every week. And you'll eat properly? Not just sweets. I make no promises about sweets." Harry, he hugged her. Hard. The way he'd hugged her 1,000 times in the hotel lobby, in his bedroom, on the roof watching Pentagram City's skyline. Charlie held on tight, and for a moment the glamour wavered and something golden and warm flickered around them both. Charlie's love, Charlie's hope, Charlie's fierce, unbreakable belief that her son was going to change the world. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered. "Your birth parents would be so proud of you." "I know, Mom." She pulled back. Wiped her eyes. Smiled that smile. Vaggie's goodbye was different. She didn't hug him immediately. She stood in front of him, arms crossed, eyes sharp, the same way she'd stood in front of him 1,000 times when she was about to drill a lesson into his head. First week. Observe everything. Commit nothing. Learn the layout of the castle, identify exits, know where the authority figures are and what their agendas might be. Yes, Mama. Don't trust anyone based on their title. Professors, headmasters, whoever. Trust is earned. I know. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Trust your instincts. They've been trained by the best. By you. Vaggie's stern expression cracked. She pulled him in, one arm around his shoulders, her chin on top of his head. By me. And by every insane, wonderful person in that hotel who loves you more than you know. I know exactly how much they love me. Harry's voice was muffled against her shoulder. That's why I'm not scared. She released him. Straightened his collar one last time. Go. He picked up his trunk, turned toward the train, and then turned back. Hey. Both of you. Thank you. For everything. For finding me on that doorstep. For choosing to keep me. For every single day since. Charlie was definitely crying now. Vaggie wasn't, but it was a near thing. Go change the world, Mijo, Vaggie said. Harry grinned. Turned. Walked to the train. Didn't look back again, because looking back would make it harder, and Vaggie had taught him that sometimes the bravest thing was to keep moving forward. He found a compartment near the middle of the train, strategically positioned, good sightlines in both directions, easy access to exits. Vaggie would have approved. He stowed his trunk, sat down, and pressed his palm to the window. On the platform, two glamoured women stood side by side, watching. Charlie waved with both hands. Vaggie raised one hand, steady. The train began to move. Harry watched them until the platform curved away and they were gone. Then he sat back, let out a long breath, and allowed himself exactly 30 seconds of homesickness before he compartmentalized it and focused on what came next. The compartment door slid open. Excuse me, do you mind? Everywhere else is full. A tall, thin boy with red hair, freckles, and a smudge of dirt on his nose stood in the doorway. He looked nervous, slightly rumpled, and entirely genuine. Harry's instincts, husk-trained, angel-sharpened, alaster-honed, read him in 3 seconds, open, honest, insecure about money, eager for connection, zero hidden agenda. Go for it, Harry said, gesturing to the opposite seat. The boy sat down, glanced at Harry, glanced away, and then glanced back. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's ears went red. Are you really? Have you really got the... Harry lifted his fringe. The lightning bolt scar sat on his forehead, faintly luminous if you knew what to look for. Wicked, Ron breathed. Then he caught himself. Sorry, is it rude to, it's fine. Everyone stares. I'd rather people just ask and get it over with. Harry dropped his hair. So you're a Weasley. I saw a bunch of redheads on the platform. That your family? Yeah, there's loads of us. I've got 5 brothers and a sister. Bill and Charlie are already out of Hogwarts, Percy's a prefect, he won't shut up about it, and Fred and George are 3rd years. They're mental. Mental how? Pranks. Jokes. They once turned my rat yellow, tried to, anyway. They basically want to blow everything up, but in a fun way. Ron paused. Do you? I mean, you grew up with Muggles, right? That's what everyone says. That Dumbledore placed you with Muggles. Harry considered his response. The practiced answer, private guardians, prefer anonymity, was ready. But something about Ron's open, guileless face made him adjust. I didn't grow up with Muggles, Harry said. But I didn't grow up in the wizarding world, either. I was raised by 2 women who took me in as a baby. They're not magical, not in the wand-waving way, at least. But they're the best people I've ever known. Ron nodded slowly. That sounds nice, actually. I mean, my family's great, but sometimes, with 5 brothers, you just sort of get lost in the shuffle, you know. I know what it's like to have a big family where everyone's loud. Yeah. My Uncle Angel once got into a screaming match with my Uncle Alastair that lasted 6 hours and ended with someone nailed to the ceiling. Ron stared. Was the someone okay? He was fine. He mostly just complained about the nail holes in his jacket. Ron laughed. It was a good laugh, unguarded, genuine, the kind that came from the belly. Harry found himself laughing too, and just like that, the ice was broken. They talked. Ron explained Quidditch with the fervor of a true believer, and Harry, who'd played aerial games with angel dust using levitation magic since he was 7, listened with genuine interest. Ron talked about his family, his older brother's shadows, his fear that he'd never be special enough. Harry didn't offer platitudes. He just listened, and when Ron was done, he said, "You're the first person I've met at Hogwarts who's been real with me instead of performing. That's pretty special." Ron's ears went redder. But he smiled. The compartment door opened again. A girl with enormous bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth stood in the doorway, looking frazzled. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Haven't seen one, Ron said. I'll help look, Harry said, standing up. The girl blinked. Then looked at him, really looked. Her eyes were sharp, quick, analytical. The kind of eyes that catalogued everything and forgot nothing. Harry recognized the type, a thinker. A planner. The kind of person Vaggie would respect. That's kind of you, she said. Then she focused on his forehead, and her eyes went wide. Are you, goodness, you're Harry Potter. I've read all about you, you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, am I? Harry hadn't read any of those. What do they say? That you defeated you-know-who as a baby, that you disappeared, that no one knows where you've been for 10 years. She tilted her head. Where have you been? Somewhere interesting. He extended his hand. And you are? Hermione Granger. Nice to meet you, Hermione. Let's find that toad. They searched the train together, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the 3 of them moving car by car, checking under seats and behind trunks. They found the toad, Trevor, belonging to the round-faced boy from the platform, Neville Longbottom, wedged behind a bathroom pipe. Harry coaxed it out with a whisper of magic, not a spell, just a gentle pulse of warmth and suggestion, and Trevor leaped into his hand like they were old friends. Neville was pathetically grateful. Thank you, oh thank you, he's always running off, toads are independent, Harry said, handing Trevor over. Can't blame him for exploring. How did you do that? Hermione asked, eyes bright. You didn't use an incantation. You didn't even use your wand. I've been doing magic a lot longer than I've had a wand. That's not how it's supposed to work. The textbooks all say magical children have accidental magic, uncontrolled and unfocused. You just used wandless, nonverbal magic intentionally. That's supposed to be NEWT level at minimum. Harry shrugged. I had good teachers. Hermione looked at him with an expression Harry recognized from Alastair, the look of someone who'd found something genuinely interesting and had no intention of letting it go. We are going to have so many conversations, she said. Ron, who'd been watching this exchange with the mild bewilderment of someone who just realized he might be the least extraordinary person in his new friend group, said, Is anyone else hungry? I've got sandwiches. They're corned beef, but Mum always forgets I hate corned beef. The trolley which saved them, a kind-faced woman pushing a cart stacked with magical sweets Harry had never seen. He bought a pile of everything, partially because he was curious and partially because the look on Ron's face when Harry said, We'll take some of everything, was worth every galleon. They sat together in the compartment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, eating chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans while the countryside streamed past the windows. Green. So much green. Hills and fields and rivers and sheep. Harry kept pressing his face to the glass, drinking it in. You act like you've never seen the countryside before, Hermione said. I haven't. Not like this. Where I grew up, the sky was red. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Red? Ron said. Different part of the world, Harry said, and technically it wasn't a lie. Very different climate. The sky was darkening by the time the train began to slow. Harry could feel it, a massive concentration of magical energy ahead, ancient and layered and deep. Whatever Hogwarts was, it wasn't just a school. It was a nexus. A wellspring. Old magic, the kind that had roots going down into the bedrock of reality itself. You feel that? He murmured. Feel what? Ron asked, pulling on his robes. Never mind. They piled off the train into cool night air, and a massive voice boomed across the platform, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. The man attached to the voice was enormous. Twice as tall as a normal person and 3 times as wide, with a wild beard and beetle-black eyes that were surprisingly kind. Hagrid, someone whispered. The groundskeeper. Yell get your Fur's sight Hogwarts in a sec, Hagrid called, leading the first years down a narrow path. Just round this bend here. They rounded the bend. The path opened up to the edge of a vast, black lake. And there, on the far shore, perched on a mountainside and blazing with light from 1,000 windows, was Hogwarts. Towers and turrets, bridges and battlements, the whole thing looked like it had grown from the mountain rather than been built on it. Stars blazed above in a real, black sky, not red, not crimson, but the deep velvet black of a mortal night, studded with stars that Harry had only seen in books. Whoa, Ron said. Oh my, Hermione breathed. Harry said nothing. He just looked at the castle, feeling the magic radiating from it like heat from a furnace, and he thought, this is where my parents went. This is where they fell in love. This is where everything started. And then he thought, I'm ready. The boats carried them across the lake. The castle grew larger with every stroke of the oars, its reflection shimmering in the dark water. Harry trailed his fingers in the lake and felt something massive move in the depths, curious, ancient, and decidedly not hostile. He sent a pulse of warmth downward, a greeting, and felt something like amusement ripple back. They disembarked, climbed stone steps, and entered the castle through massive oak doors. A stern woman in emerald robes met them in the entrance hall, tall, sharp-eyed, with a presence that commanded instant respect. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall. The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. Harry listened. For houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Bravery, loyalty, wisdom, ambition. Each one a different flavor of virtue, each one carrying centuries of tradition and rivalry. Your triumphs will earn your house points, McGonagall continued. Any rule breaking, and you will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. She left them to wait. The first years huddled together, nervous, whispering. Harry stood relaxed, hands in his robe pockets, observing. Neville was muttering about what the sorting might involve. Ron looked green. Hermione was reciting spells under her breath. Draco Malfoy, across the hall, stood with two large boys who looked like they'd been hired for structural purposes rather than intellectual ones. He caught Harry's eye and nodded coolly. Harry nodded back. Then something happened that made several students scream. Ghosts poured through the far wall. About 20 of them, pearly white and slightly transparent, gliding across the entrance hall while arguing about someone named Peeves. They spotted the first years and broke into welcoming smiles and floating introductions. Harry watched them with mild interest. He'd seen plenty of dead people. These were politer than most. Move along now, McGonagall's voice cut through. The sorting ceremony's about to start. Form a line and follow me. They filed into the great hall. Harry's breath didn't catch, he was past that, but he did stop and look. It was enormous. Cathedral vast, lit by thousands of candles floating in midair, the ceiling enchanted to mirror the night sky outside so that stars and wisps of cloud hung impossibly overhead. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in black robes, and at the far end, a high table where the teachers sat. Dumbledore was there. Harry recognized him from chocolate frog cards, old, silver-bearded, half-moon spectacles, eyes that twinkled with something that might have been wisdom and might have been calculation. Harry met those eyes across the length of the hall. Held them. Didn't look away. Dumbledore's twinkle flickered. Just for a moment. McGonagall placed a three-legged stool in front of the first years and set a ragged, patched, ancient-looking hat upon it. The hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. It was a good song, clever, rhyming, laying out the qualities of each house with theatrical flair. Alastor would have appreciated the performance. When it finished, the hall exploded in applause. When I call your name, McGonagall said, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Names were called. Students approached, sat, wore the hat for various lengths of time, and were sorted with a shout. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. Slytherin. Gryffindor. Each shout was met with cheers from the relevant table. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for a long moment, clearly a close call, before shouting, Gryffindor. Hermione beamed and joined the Gryffindor table. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched his head. Slytherin. Draco strutted to his table, smirking. More names. More sortings. The hall buzzed. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not the gradual quiet of attention shifting, but the sudden, absolute silence of every person in a room holding their breath at once. Whispers erupted immediately after. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? But under them, the silence held, electric and waiting. Harry walked to the stool. He didn't hurry, didn't hesitate, didn't look at the floor. He walked the way Alastor had taught him, like he owned the room and was graciously allowing everyone else to be in it. Not arrogant, assured. The difference was everything. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness, as the brim fell over his eyes. Then a voice, small, dry, ancient, right inside his skull. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Harry felt the hat's consciousness brush against his own. It was a strange sensation, not invasive, exactly, but intimate. Like someone leafing through a book they found unexpectedly fascinating. My, the hat murmured. This is unprecedented. In 1,000 years of sorting, I have never, you've been to hell. I grew up there, Harry thought. Indeed you did. Raised by demons and angels, loved fiercely, trained exceptionally. Your mind is extraordinary. Disciplined but creative. Brave but strategic. Loyal but independent. Ambitious but principled. The hat actually laughed, a dry, rustling sound. You'd thrive in any house, Mr. Potter. Any house at all. Then put me where I'll do the most good. Ravenclaw would cherish your mind. Slytherin would sharpen your edge. Hufflepuff would honor your loyalty. A pause. But you, the core of you, the boy who walked through hell and came out kind, you're brave in a way I rarely see. Not reckless bravery. Chosen bravery. The courage to be good when it would be so much easier not to be. My mom taught me that. Both of them. They taught you well. The hat's voice shifted, becoming something larger, something that filled the inside of Harry's skull. But I should warn you, Mr. Potter. This school holds secrets. Its headmaster holds more. And the darkness that marked you is not finished. It waits. It watches. And when it returns, you'll need every ounce of what your mothers gave you. I'm not afraid. No. No, you're not. And that right there, is why it's going to be, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Cheering, stamping, the Weasley twins yelling, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" Harry pulled off the hat, set it on the stool, and walked to his table. He sat down next to Hermione and across from Ron, who was still waiting to be sorted but was grinning at him from the line. The Gryffindors pounded his back and shook his hand and pelted him with questions he answered with friendly deflection and easy smiles. At the high table, Dumbledore watched. His expression was pleasant, grandfatherly, perfectly composed. But his eyes, behind those half-moon spectacles, were working. Calculating. Reassessing. He'd expected a lost boy. A grateful orphan. Someone shaped by hardship and hunger, someone who would look at Hogwarts as salvation and at Dumbledore as savior. Instead, he'd gotten a boy who walked like a prince and smiled like he had secrets, who met the old man's gaze without flinching and radiated a quiet, contained power that had no business being in an 11-year-old. Dumbledore's twinkle held steady. But behind it, for the first time in a very long time, Albus Dumbledore was uncertain. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor, the hat barely hesitating, and he slid into the seat across from Harry with a breathless grin. We're in the same house. Was there ever any doubt? Loads of doubt. Absolutely loads. I was terrified I'd end up in Slytherin and my mum would disown me. The feast appeared, mountains of food materializing on golden plates, more food than Harry had ever seen in one place. He ate. He talked. He laughed with Ron and debated magical theory with Hermione and learned the names of his new housemates. He was, for the first time in his life, surrounded entirely by kids his own age, and the novelty of it was intoxicating. But part of him, the part trained by Vaggie, sharpened by Alastair, grounded by Husk, stayed alert. Watching. Cataloging. The way Dumbledore's gaze kept drifting back to him. The way a greasy-haired professor at the high table, hooked nose, black robes, expression like he'd been weaned on lemons, stared at Harry with an intensity that went beyond curiosity into something personal and raw. The way the castle itself seemed to be watching him, its ancient magic pressing against his consciousness like a cat rubbing against a visitor's legs, curious and cautious and alive. After the feast, the first years were led to Gryffindor Tower by Percy Weasley, Ron's prefect brother, who delivered instructions with the self-importance of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for a captive audience. The common room was round and warm, all squashy armchairs and crackling fire, hung with red and gold tapestries. The dormitory was a circular room at the top of a tower, 5 four-poster beds with crimson curtains. Harry's bed was by the window. He changed, brushed his teeth, and sat on the bed while Ron, Neville, and the other boys, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, settled in with the rustling, thumping chaos of 11-year-old boys in a new place. He waited until the others were asleep. Then he pulled out the communication crystal, small, dark red, warm to the touch, and pressed his thumb to its surface. "Mom. Mama. You there?" A pause. Then Charlie's voice, bright and slightly frantic, "Harry. Oh, thank goodness, how was it? Tell me everything, I'm in Gryffindor." A muffled cheer from Charlie. Vaggie's voice, calmer, "Good house. Bravery and courage. Named after Godric Gryffindor. My dad was in it." A silence. "The good kind. The castle is incredible," Harry continued, keeping his voice low. "Old magic everywhere. The headmaster, Dumbledore, he's watching me. Not in a threatening way, but he's interested. More than a headmaster should be in a first year." "What kind of interested?" Vaggie's voice sharpened. "The kind where he had a plan and I'm not fitting into it." "Good. Keep not fitting into it. I made friends. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Ron's honest and funny and doesn't have a manipulative bone in his body. Hermione's brilliant and she's already suspicious that I can do things I shouldn't be able to." "Do you trust them?" Charlie asked. Harry thought about it. Really thought, the way Vaggie had taught him, not with his gut, but with his gut and his head working together. "Yeah," he said. "I do. Then that's what matters." He could hear Charlie's smile. "Get some sleep, sweetheart. First day of school tomorrow. Love you both." "Love you more," Charlie said. "Love you most," Vaggie said. "And Harry? Remember what I told you." "Which part?" "All of it." He smiled, pressed the crystal again to end the call, and slipped it under his pillow. Then he lay back and looked at the ceiling of his four-poster bed, listening to the wind against the tower windows and the deep, slow breathing of 4 sleeping boys who had no idea their roommate had grown up in hell. Tomorrow, he'd start learning the kind of magic this world could teach him. Tomorrow, he'd start figuring out what Dumbledore wanted. Tomorrow, he'd begin the process of being Harry Potter, not the legend, not the symbol, not the boy who lived, but the real one. The one who was raised by a demon princess and a fallen angel and a hotel full of sinners who loved him, the one who had his mother's eyes and his father's hair and a scar that marked him as someone who had already survived the worst the universe could throw at him. He wasn't scared. He wasn't nervous. He was excited. Harry Potter closed his eyes, and for the first time in his life, slept under a sky full of stars. Chapter 3, The Prince of Hell Goes to School. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts started with a pillow to the face. Wassett, Geroff, Ron Weasley, tangled in his sheets like a ginger cocoon, had flung his pillow sideways while thrashing out of a dream. The pillow sailed across the dormitory with impressive velocity and hit Harry square in the nose. Harry, who had been awake for 20 minutes already, old habit, Vaggie's training, always up before the sun, caught the pillow on the rebound before it hit the floor. "Nice arm," he said. Ron sat up, hair vertical, eyes unfocused. "Did I just, oh no, did I hit you?" "Direct shot. If Quidditch doesn't work out, you've got a career in artillery." Ron groaned, rubbed his face, and swung his legs out of bed. "Sorry, mate. I was dreaming about spiders. Big ones. The size of, you know what, doesn't matter. What time is it?" "Early. Breakfast starts in 40 minutes. Who gets up 40 minutes before breakfast?" "People who like to be ready." "Lunatics, you mean." Harry grinned and tossed the pillow back. It hit Ron in the chest and knocked him flat again. They dressed, collected their things, and headed down to the common room, where Hermione was already waiting. She was seated in an armchair by the dead fireplace, 3 textbooks open across her lap and the arm of the chair, her hair even wilder than usual, her eyes bright with the manic energy of someone who'd been awake since 5 a.m. and had already read ahead in 3 subjects. "Good morning," she said. "Did you know that the ceiling of the Great Hall is enchanted with an extremely advanced application of atmospheric charm work? It's described in Hogwarts, a history. I finished it last night, and the original enchantment was laid down by the founders themselves, which means it's been sustained for over 1,000, morning, Hermione," Harry said. "Years, and the maintenance alone would require, morning, Harry, would require a dedicated magical infrastructure that, food first," Ron said firmly. "Knowledge after food." The Great Hall at breakfast was a different animal than the Great Hall at feast. Less theatrical, more lived in. Students shambled in at various stages of consciousness, reaching for toast and eggs and sausages with the mechanical desperation of the not yet caffeinated. The enchanted ceiling showed a pale, misty morning, clouds drifting lazily overhead. Harry loaded his plate and ate while studying the room. The teacher's table was half full. Dumbledore wasn't there yet. McGonagall was, ramrod straight, sipping tea and reviewing what looked like schedules. The greasy-haired professor from the feast, Harry still didn't know his name, sat at the far end, eating nothing, drinking black coffee, and radiating the general aura of a man who considered mornings a personal insult. "Who's that?" Harry asked, nodding toward him. "Professor Snape," Ron said through a mouthful of toast. "Potions master. Head of Slytherin. He's supposed to be an absolute nightmare. My brothers warned me about him," Ron continued. "Fred and George say he takes points off Gryffindor for breathing. Percy says he's a brilliant potion maker but a terrible human being. Mum says I shouldn't listen to any of them and to be respectful. Dad just sort of sighs whenever Snape comes up." Harry watched Snape. The man was staring at his coffee with the focused intensity of someone trying to curse it. Or someone lost in thought. Or both. "What's his deal?" Harry asked. "What you mean?" "Everyone's got a reason for being the way they are." "What's his?" Ron shrugged. "Dunno. He's just always been awful, far as anyone knows. Favors Slytherin, hates everyone else, especially Gryffindors. Some people say he wanted the defense against the dark arts position and Dumbledore won't give it to him." Harry filed the information away and moved on. Schedules were distributed after breakfast. The first-year Gryffindors had a packed week: Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, Herbology, Defense against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, Astronomy. Harry looked at the schedule the way Vaggie looked at mission briefings, mapping out the structure, identifying opportunities, noting potential problem areas. "We've got Transfiguration first," Hermione said, practically vibrating. "With McGonagall. This is going to be fascinating." "We've got Potions on Friday," Ron said with the voice of a man reading his own execution notice. "With Slytherin." "And Snape," Harry said. "And Snape. Should be fun. You and I have very different definitions of fun, mate." Transfiguration was in a large classroom on the first floor, with tiered seating and a big desk at the front where a tabby cat sat, perfectly still, watching the students file in with eerily intelligent eyes. Harry saw the cat. Read its posture, too alert, too positioned, too deliberate. He'd lived with Husk for 10 years. He knew what a cat looked like when it was being a cat, and this wasn't it. He said nothing. Took his seat. Waited. When the last student sat down and someone muttered, "Where's McGonagall?" the cat leaped from the desk and transformed mid-air into Professor McGonagall, landing in human form with her robes perfectly arranged and her glasses slightly askew. The class gasped. A few people clapped. Hermione looked like she might faint from sheer academic excitement. Harry, who had watched Alastair materialize from shadows and Charlie shift between human and demonic forms his entire life, simply nodded in appreciation. Good trick. Clean execution. McGonagall caught his lack of surprise and gave him a sharp look. He met it with a polite smile. Transfiguration, McGonagall began, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to work turning matches into needles. Simple enough in theory: visualize the change, channel magic through the wand, impose your will on the object. Most students spent the full hour staring at their matches with the intensity of people trying to move objects with their minds, which was essentially what they were doing. Hermione got hers to go silver and pointy after 40 minutes. McGonagall gave a rare, thin-lipped smile and awarded Gryffindor 5 points. Ron's match rolled off his desk 3 times and didn't change at all. Harry picked up his match. Looked at it. Felt the magic in his core, his natural magic, layered with 10 years of hell-steeped energy, responsive and eager and dense in a way that made everything a little too easy. He pointed his wand at the match. He didn't need the wand, strictly speaking. He'd been doing wandless magic since he was 4. But the wand was a focusing tool, a lens for precision, and Harry appreciated precision. The match became a needle. Not gradually, completely, instantly, like it had always been a needle and had simply been pretending to be a match. Silver, sharp, perfectly formed, with a tiny eye that glinted in the classroom light. The whole thing took about 3 seconds. McGonagall, who had been circulating the room, stopped at his desk. She picked up the needle, examined it, turned it over. Her expression was controlled, but Harry could see the surprise underneath, the quick widening of the eyes, the slight tightening of the mouth. First attempt, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. She held the needle up to the light. Flawless transfiguration. Complete molecular restructure. The match is not merely reshaped, it is replaced. She set it down. That is not first-year magic. I've practiced some things before coming to school. Wandless transfiguration. Among other things. McGonagall studied him the way she'd studied the needle, with professional assessment and a growing awareness that the thing in front of her was not what she'd expected. 20 points to Gryffindor, she said. And Mr. Potter, do come see me during office hours. I'd like to discuss your prior education. After class, walking through the corridors toward Charms, Hermione fell into step beside him with the determined air of someone who was going to ask questions and wasn't going to stop until she got answers. You did that instantly, she said. No hesitation, no practice attempts, no apparent effort. First-year transfiguration is supposed to take weeks to master, and you did it in 3 seconds. How? Natural talent. Harry offered. Don't be glib. I've read every first-year textbook cover to cover and I couldn't do that. Natural talent doesn't explain the gap between your performance and the theoretical maximum for a student our age. You're operating at a level that suggests years of dedicated practice with a highly skilled instructor. Harry considered several responses, ranging from deflection to the truth. Hermione's eyes were too sharp for deflection. And something about her, her directness, her refusal to be impressed into silence, her genuine hunger to understand, made him respect her enough to give her something real. I didn't have a conventional magical education, he said. I grew up in an environment where magic was ambient. Everywhere, all the time, part of the fabric of daily life. I started doing magic before I could talk. By the time I got my wand, I'd already spent years learning to feel magic, shape it, direct it. What kind of environment has ambient magic at that level? The kind I'm not ready to talk about yet. He held her gaze. Not because I don't trust you. Because it's complicated, and we're on our way to Charms, and I'd rather earn the right to tell you the full story than dump it on you on day one. Hermione processed this. He could almost see the gears turning, the desire to push further warring with the recognition that he'd given her an honest, respectful answer. Fair enough, she said. But I'm going to figure it out. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Charms was taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a pile of books to see over his desk and who squeaked with excitement when he called Harry's name during roll. Harry Potter. Oh, I remember your mother, wonderful at charms, absolutely wonderful. Harry felt a warmth in his chest at that. Thank you, Professor. The first charms lesson was theoretical, the mechanics of spellcasting, wand movements, the importance of intent and pronunciation. Harry listened attentively. Not because he needed the information, he'd been channeling intent into magical action since before he could read, but because understanding the framework this world used to teach magic was valuable. Different system, different language, but the underlying principles were the same ones Vaggie had drilled into him: feel the power, choose the target, direct the will. Herbology with Professor Sprout was hands-on work with magical plants. Harry enjoyed it. It reminded him of Charlie's garden at the hotel, where the plants fought back and you had to earn their cooperation. Sprout was delighted by his lack of squeamishness when handling plants that bit, stung, or tried to strangle the students. History of magic was taught by a ghost named Professor Binns, and it was the most boring thing Harry had ever experienced. He'd sat through Alastair's 3-hour monologues about the golden age of radio. He'd endured Angel Dust's extended rants about fashion. He'd listened to Nifty describe her cleaning process in forensic detail. None of that prepared him for the sheer, weapons-grade tedium of Binns droning about goblin rebellions in a voice that could have been used as anesthesia. Ron fell asleep in 4 minutes. Hermione took notes with desperate intensity. Harry pulled out Alastair's journal and wrote his first entry. Day 1. Castle is impressive. Magic here is structured differently, formal, incantation-based, very rigid compared to what I'm used to. Teachers are a mixed bag. Classes are mostly easy so far, but the underlying theory is interesting. Made 2 good friends. Headmaster is watching me. There's a professor named Snape who might be a problem. More to come. He closed the journal. When he opened it again 5 minutes later, a response had appeared in elegant, old-fashioned handwriting. Delightful. Do tell me more about this Snape character. I do so love a good antagonist. Harry smiled and closed the journal again. Friday brought potions. The dungeons were cold, dim, and lined with jars containing things that floated in murky liquid and were best not examined too closely. The Slytherin students were already seated when the Gryffindors arrived, and Draco Malfoy sat at the front table with his 2 large companions, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry had learned, arranged on either side of him like misshapen bookends. Draco caught Harry's eye as he entered. A nod. Cool, appraising. Harry nodded back, took a seat next to Ron, and waited. Professor Snape entered the classroom the way a storm enters a valley, suddenly, completely, and with the clear intention of ruining someone's day. He didn't walk so much as sweep, his black robes billowing behind him with a dramatic flair that Alastair would have either admired or mocked, possibly both. He stood at the front of the room and took roll call. His voice was soft, precise, and carried the way a knife carries. You didn't notice it until it was already cutting. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. Ah, yes, Snape said softly. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco and a few other Slytherins snickered. Ron tensed beside Harry. Hermione's hand twitched toward her quill like she was preparing to document a crime. Harry looked at Snape. Really looked, the way Husk had taught him to look at people, not at the surface, but at what was underneath. And what he saw was interesting. Snape's hostility wasn't generic. It wasn't the blanket cruelty of a man who simply disliked students. It was specific. Personal. Aimed at Harry with the precision of someone who'd been carrying it for a long time and had been waiting for a target. The man's dark eyes held something raw and complicated, anger, yes, but also something older. Something that looked like grief wearing a mask. He knew my parents, Harry thought. And whatever happened between them, it still hurts. Potter. Snape snapped, and Harry realized he'd been asked a question. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot up. Harry had read the textbook, all of it, cover to cover, the first night, because Vaggie didn't believe in going into any situation unprepared. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's expression flickered. He'd expected ignorance. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons. Another flicker. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also called aconite. Silence. The dungeon was very quiet. Hermione's hand was still raised, forgotten. Snape stared at Harry with an expression that was rapidly cycling through irritation, grudging acknowledgement, and renewed irritation at the grudging acknowledgement. He'd come prepared to humiliate an arrogant, ignorant celebrity's son, and he'd gotten correct answers delivered with calm, unblinking composure. Well? Snape said to the rest of the class. Why aren't you all copying that down? There was a frantic scramble for quills. Snape turned back to the board, but not before giving Harry one last, long look that Harry met without flinching. The lesson proceeded. They brewed a simple boil-curing potion, straightforward, methodical, more cooking than magic. Harry followed the instructions precisely, his movements economical and practiced. He'd helped Nifty with various chemical mixtures at the hotel, cleaning solutions, mostly, but the principles of measuring, combining, and respecting volatile substances transferred cleanly. Snape stalked through the room, criticizing everything. Neville's potion was too thick, Seamus's was the wrong color, Ron had sliced when he should have crushed. He paused at Harry's cauldron. The potion was perfect. The exact shade of blue specified in the textbook, the correct consistency, the proper level of steam. Snape looked at it. Looked at Harry. For a long, painful moment, Harry thought Snape was going to find something to criticize anyway. The man's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Adequate, Snape said finally, and swept away. Ron's eyes were the size of dinner plates. He just said adequate to you. He's never said adequate to a Gryffindor. He once told Percy Weasley's potion, Percy Weasley, who's literally a prefect, was an insult to the art of potion-making. He was testing me, Harry said quietly. The questions at the start, the scrutiny during the brew, he wanted to see what I was made of. And now he knows. Harry corked a sample of his potion and labeled it. Which means the real test starts next week. The weekend came as a relief. Hogwarts without the structure of classes was a different kind of magical. The castle opened up, revealed its quirks and secrets, invited exploration. Staircases moved. Doors pretended to be walls. Suits of armor shifted position when you weren't looking. Portraits gossiped, ghosts told stories, and the whole place hummed with the accumulated magic of 1,000 years. Harry explored it systematically, because Harry explored everything systematically. Vaggie's voice in his head, learn the layout. Identify exits. Know where the authority figures are. He mapped the castle floor by floor, noting secret passages, 7 in the first 3 days, hidden rooms, 4, not counting the one that smelled like old socks, and structural weak points, 2, both in the dungeons, which he filed away for emergencies. Ron came with him on some explorations, grumbling about the walking but providing an invaluable local perspective, which teachers patrolled where, which corridors to avoid after dark, which ghosts were helpful and which ones would drop through your body just to see you shiver. Hermione came with him on others, and her contributions were different but equally valuable. She'd memorized Hogwarts, a history, and could contextualize what they found, the age of the stonework, the likely purpose of abandoned classrooms, the historical significance of faded tapestries. Together, the three of them built a working knowledge of the castle that would have made Vaggie proud. It was during one of these explorations, a Tuesday evening, second week, that they found the corridor. The third floor, right-hand side. Dumbledore had mentioned it at the feast, casually, between dessert announcements, off-limits to everyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. Most students had taken this at face value and stayed away. Harry had heard the warning and immediately wanted to know why. Not because he was reckless. Because in his experience, powerful people didn't issue warnings without reasons, and the reasons were usually more interesting than the warnings. He found the corridor on a solo evening walk. The door at the end was locked, a simple alohammer would open it, he could feel the lock's magical structure from 3 feet away, and behind it, something breathed. Something large. Something alive. Something with multiple heartbeats. Harry stood in front of the locked door, listening. Whatever was behind it was big enough to fill a room, and it wasn't distressed or caged, it was guarding. The posture of its breathing, the weight of its presence, everything about it said sentinel rather than prisoner. Guarding what? He didn't open the door. Not yet. Instead, he turned and walked back to the common room, where Ron was losing spectacularly at wizard chess against himself, a feat Harry hadn't thought possible, and Hermione was doing homework 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Third floor corridor, Harry said, sitting down. Something's in there. Something big, alive, and deliberately placed as a guard. Ron looked up. You went to the forbidden corridor. The one Dumbledore said would kill us. I didn't go in. I went to. There's a difference. A small, pedantic difference that won't matter much when we're dead. Hermione closed her book. What kind of guard? Multi-hearted. I counted 3 distinct rhythmic patterns. Big, fills the whole room, from the sound of it. And the door's only locked with a basic locking charm, which is either careless or intentional. Intentional, Hermione said immediately. If Dumbledore wanted to truly prevent entry, he could ward the entire corridor. A simple lock suggests the barrier is meant to deter casual intrusion while allowing authorized access. Or it's a test, Harry said. A test? Put something dangerous behind an easy lock. See who's curious enough and capable enough to get through. Then see what they do when they find what's inside. Ron and Hermione stared at him. That's paranoid, Ron said. I grew up around people who played games like that for fun. Harry leaned back. I'm not saying Dumbledore is deliberately testing students. I'm saying the security setup doesn't match the threat level, and that inconsistency is worth paying attention to. So what do we do? Hermione asked. For now. Nothing. We observe. I want to know what's behind that door, but I want to know why it's behind that door more. That means research, not recklessness. Ron looked relieved. Hermione looked intrigued. Harry pulled out a chocolate frog and bit its head off while his mind worked. Something valuable was hidden in the castle. Dumbledore had placed it here deliberately. And the security was just weak enough to be interesting. Back in hell, Alastor would have called this a delicious mystery. Harry agreed. Defense against the dark arts was the class Harry had been most looking forward to, and the one that disappointed him most. Professor Quirrell was a young man in a purple turban who stuttered, flinched at loud noises, and smelled like garlic. His classroom was draped with garlic braids and crosses and other anti-vampire paraphernalia that Harry suspected was mostly for show. The man taught with the confidence of a rabbit lecturing wolves, nervous, halting, frequently losing his place in his own notes. Harry sat through the first lesson feeling something he couldn't quite name. Not boredom, he was used to boredom, Binns had cured him of boredom sensitivity. Not frustration, exactly. Something more subtle. His scar itched. Not painfully. Not the sharp, burning pulse he'd felt on rare occasions in hell when something particularly dark passed close to the hotel. Just an itch, low-grade and persistent, that started when he walked into Quirrell's classroom and didn't stop until he left. He mentioned it to nobody. But he started paying closer attention to Quirrell. The man's stutter was consistent but occasionally slipped. His nervousness was performed. Harry had grown up with Angel Dust, who performed emotions for a living, and he could spot the craft in it. Quirrell moved like a scared man, but sometimes, briefly, his body language shifted to something sharper. The way his eyes tracked the room when he thought no one was watching. The way his hand sometimes drifted to the back of his turban and pressed there, like he was holding something in place. Or holding something down. Harry wrote in Alastair's journal that night, "There's a professor here. Defense against the dark arts. Stutters, seems harmless, smells like garlic. My scar reacts to him. Something's wrong, not with his teaching, with him. It's like there are two people in one body. I've seen possession before. This isn't exactly that, but it's close." The response came within minutes. "How fascinating. You've seen possession, you lived through the Velvet Incident of '88, after all, when that foolish imp tried to inhabit one of our chairs. Your instincts in these matters are well honed. Trust them. A question, dear boy, if this professor is hosting something parasitic, what is it getting from being inside a school?" Harry stared at the question. Then he stared at the ceiling. Then he wrote, "Access. To something in the school. Something guarded. Third floor corridor." Alastair's response was a single word, "Bravo." The week settled into a rhythm. Classes, homework, meals, exploration. Harry excelled in everything without trying to hide it. That had been one of Vaggie's clearest instructions. Don't downplay yourself to make other people comfortable. That's a trap, and it's a cage. In Transfiguration, he was weeks ahead of the curriculum, turning beetles into buttons while his classmates still struggled with matches. McGonagall assigned him supplementary reading and watched him with an expression that was equal parts impressed and wary. In Charms, Flitwick declared him the most naturally gifted student since his mother, after Harry performed a perfect levitation charm on the first attempt. The feather shot to the ceiling and stayed there, perfectly still, held aloft by magic so stable it barely registered as active. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione said beside him, swishing and flicking with textbook precision. Her feather rose beautifully, hovering at eye level. She beamed. Ron, on her other side, was aggressively waving his wand. Wingardium Leviosa, no, Leviosa, oh, come on, it's Leviosa, Hermione corrected. Not Leviosa. I'm saying the same thing. You're very much not. Harry pointed his wand at Ron's feather without looking, whispered nothing, and the feather rose gently to join his and Hermione's in the air. Show off, Ron said, but he was grinning. Potions remained tense. Snape had settled into a pattern. He ignored Harry's consistently perfect potions, criticized everything else, and occasionally asked Harry questions of increasing difficulty, as if hoping to find the ceiling of his knowledge. Harry answered every one correctly, politely, without smugness. This seemed to make Snape angrier than ignorance would have. Your arrogance is remarkable, Potter, Snape said one Friday, after Harry had brewed a flawless forgetfulness potion. Tell me, is it inherited from your father, or is it something you've cultivated on your own? The dungeon went silent. Every student held their breath. This was it, the moment Snape had been building toward, the direct provocation, the line drawn in the sand. Harry set down his ladle. Turned to face Snape. Looked up at the tall, dark-robed man who was staring down at him with a decade of displaced hatred burning in his black eyes. I didn't know my father, Harry said. His voice was steady. Conversational. The same tone he used when Alastair was testing him, calm, centered, refusing to engage on the other person's terms. So I couldn't tell you what I inherited from him. But I can tell you that my potion is correct, my answers have been accurate, and if my competence reads as arrogance to you, Professor, that might say more about your expectations than about my character. The silence in the dungeon changed quality. It went from watching a car crash to watching two gunslingers at high noon. Snape's face was unreadable. Behind his eyes, something was happening, a war between the man who wanted to lash out and the man who had just been outmaneuvered by an 11-year-old who hadn't raised his voice. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said quietly. For cheek. Understood, sir. Snape swept away. Harry went back to his potion. Under the table, Ron gripped his arm and mouthed, "That was incredible." Hermione looked like she was having a religious experience. After class, in the corridor, Hermione walked beside Harry in stunned silence for 10 steps before speaking. "You just talked back to Snape." "I didn't talk back. I responded to an unfair characterization with a factual rebuttal." "That's talking back. With better vocabulary. It's standing your ground. There's a difference." Harry glanced at her. He wanted me to either cower or explode. Those were the only 2 options in his script. I gave him a third option, and he didn't know what to do with it. "How do you think like that? At 11? Under pressure?" "I had an unusual upbringing." "You keep saying that. Someday you're going to have to explain it." "Someday I will." Flying lessons came at the end of the second week, and they changed everything. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, stood the first years in 2 rows with broomsticks on the ground between them. Gryffindors on one side, Slytherins on the other. The air was crisp, the sky was blue, and Harry was practically vibrating. He loved flying. Not broomstick flying, he'd never tried that, but flying in general. Angel Dust used to launch him into the air with levitation spells and let him float over Pentagram City, supported by nothing but magic and trust. Vaggie had taught him aerial combat maneuvers using localized gravitational manipulation. Charlie had flown him on her back once, in her full demonic form, soaring over the crimson skyline while Harry screamed with delight. The point was, Harry Potter was very comfortable being very far from the ground. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," Madam Hooch instructed, "and say, 'Up.'" "Up," shouted 41st years. Harry's broom shot into his hand like it had been waiting for him. The wood vibrated with an eagerness that bordered on sentient. On his left, Hermione's broom rolled over lazily. On his right, Ron's leaped up with acceptable speed. Across the line, Draco's broom obeyed instantly. The boy clearly had experience. They mounted. Madam Hooch walked the line, correcting grips and postures. When she reached Harry, she paused. "Your grip is wrong, Mr. Potter." Harry looked at his hands. "Is it? Standard grip is, actually, no. Your grip is unconventional. Where did you learn to hold a broom like that?" "I didn't learn from a broom. I learned from other things." Hooch studied his hand position, lower on the shaft, wider stance, weight distributed for maneuverability rather than speed. It was a combat grip. It was how you held a weapon when you expected to need to dodge. "Leave it," she said slowly. "It'll work. Might even be better." She moved on. Harry filed away her expression, another teacher who'd noticed something unusual about him. The list was growing. "Now, on my whistle, kick off from the ground, hover for a moment, then lean forward to come back down. 3, 2, Neville Longbottom's broom took off. Whether it was nerves or accidental magic, the broom shot skyward with Neville clinging to it, white-faced and screaming. 20 feet up. 30. 50. The broom bucked and twisted, and Neville, poor, terrified Neville, lost his grip and fell. Harry didn't think. His body moved. He kicked off the ground. The broom responded like it was part of him, not a tool, not a vehicle, but an extension of his will. He shot upward in a near-vertical climb, the wind tearing at his robes, the world tilting as he angled toward Neville's falling body. Time didn't slow. Harry's perception sharpened. He could see Neville falling, could calculate the arc, the velocity, the time until impact. 3 seconds. Maybe 4. The boy was tumbling, not aerodynamic, decelerating slightly from air resistance but not enough. Harry rolled the broom, dove, and intercepted Neville 15 feet from the ground. He caught the boy's wrist with one hand, pulled him sideways across the broom, and leveled out 6 feet above the grass, decelerating so sharply that the broom shuddered under the strain. They stopped. Hovered. Neville clung to Harry like a drowning man, gasping. "You're okay," Harry said. "I've got you." Oh God, oh thank you, breathe, Neville. "Just breathe." He lowered them gently to the ground. Neville collapsed onto the grass. Madam Hooch rushed over, along with half the class. But Harry didn't hear the commotion that followed, the shouting, the pointing, the babble of voices. He heard the silence from the teachers. Madam Hooch was staring at him with her mouth slightly open. She'd been a flying instructor for decades. She'd seen Quidditch stars, professional seekers, the best flyers the British magical world had produced. She'd never seen an 11-year-old with no formal training execute a 60-foot vertical dive with a mid-air catch and controlled deceleration on his first time on a broomstick. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Yes, ma'am." "Stay here. Don't move. I need to speak with Professor McGonagall." She left at a near run. The class erupted. "That was amazing!" Ron shouted. "Harry, that was, you just, 50 feet. The aerodynamic control alone," Hermione said, her analytical brain overriding her shock, "the physics of that catch, you should have pulled Neville's arm out of its socket with that deceleration rate." "I cushioned the impact with magic," Harry said. "Instinctive. Absorbed the kinetic energy through the contact point." "You did wandless kinetic absorption while flying for the first time. It's called multitasking." Draco Malfoy stood across the grass, watching. His expression was complicated. He'd been flying since before he could walk, bragged about it constantly, and he'd just watched Harry Potter fly rings around anything he could do. There was jealousy there, obviously. But underneath it, something else. Awe. Madam Hooch returned with McGonagall. McGonagall looked at Harry with an expression that had moved well past, impressed, into uncharted territory. "Mr. Potter. Come with me." Harry followed her through the castle, upstairs, and down corridors, until they reached a classroom where a stocky boy with brown hair was reviewing Quidditch plays on a chalkboard. "Oliver," McGonagall said. "I've found you a seeker." Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, looked at Harry. Looked at McGonagall. Looked at Harry again. "He's a first year. He just executed a 50-foot dive with a mid-air catch on his first broomstick. He's a first year with talent that I have not seen since a very long time." Wood's expression changed from skepticism to hunger to barely contained excitement. "Can he do it again?" "I can do it better," Harry said. Wood grinned. It was the grin of a man who'd been searching for buried treasure and had just struck gold. "Welcome to the team, Potter." Word traveled fast at Hogwarts. By dinner, everyone knew Harry Potter had been made the youngest Seeker in a century. Opinions were divided, impressive or unfair, talented or favored, earned or gifted. The Gryffindor table celebrated. The Slytherin table seethed. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables placed bets. Harry sat through dinner fielding congratulations with the practiced ease of someone who'd learned long ago to accept praise without letting it inflate his head. Charlie's voice in his mind, "Be proud but never proud enough to stop learning." Vaggie's, "Any advantage they know about is an advantage they can plan against. Let them celebrate. You get to work." He was leaving the Great Hall when Draco intercepted him. Not aggressively, casually, the way someone might bump into you in a corridor. But the corridor was wide and empty, and the bump was deliberate. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him like always, but Draco waved them back and fell into step beside Harry alone. "Youngest Seeker in a century," Draco said. Not sneering. Stating a fact. Apparently. First time on a broom. First time on that kind of broom. Draco's eyes sharpened. You've flown before. Not on broomsticks. Different methods. Such as? The fun kind. They walked in silence for a moment. Harry could feel Draco working up to something. The boy's body language was tense but not hostile, leaning slightly forward, jaws set in a way that suggested the next words would cost him something. How did you catch Longbottom? Draco asked. I watched the whole thing. The dive was incredible, but the catch, you grabbed him at terminal velocity and neither of you should have survived the deceleration. Something else happened. Smart kid. Under the posturing and the prejudice, Draco Malfoy was observant. Magic, Harry said simply. What kind of magic? It wasn't a spell. You didn't use your wand. Harry stopped walking and turned to face Draco. Under the torchlight, the other boy looked less like a sneering aristocrat and more like what he was, an 11-year-old who'd just seen something that didn't fit his understanding of the world and was brave enough to ask about it instead of pretending it didn't happen. There's more to magic than spells and wands, Harry said. Your textbooks cover about 10% of what magic actually is. The rest is instinct, will, and understanding your own power well enough to use it without asking permission from an incantation. Draco stared. That's not what my father taught me. Maybe your father doesn't know everything. He expected anger. Instead, he got a long, considering silence. Then Draco said, very quietly, maybe not. They parted without another word. Draco went toward the dungeons. Harry went toward Gryffindor Tower. But something had shifted between them, not friendship, not yet, maybe not ever, but the beginning of a mutual recognition that the other person was worth paying attention to. The first Quidditch practice was 3 days later. Oliver Wood was, Harry discovered, completely insane about Quidditch. Not enthusiastic, insane. He talked about strategy with the fervor of a general planning an invasion. He diagrammed plays on a chalkboard with the intensity of a mad scientist. He made the team run drills until Fred and George Weasley, the beaters, twin redheads who radiated chaos like a bonfire radiated heat, threatened to jinx him into next week. You'll thank me when we win the cup. Wood shouted, dodging a jinx from Fred. We'll thank you when we can feel our legs again. George shouted back. Harry took to Quidditch the way fire takes to oxygen. The broom, a school loner, nothing special, responded to him like a trained animal. He flew laps, practiced dives, chased the golden snitch, a tiny, impossibly fast golden ball with wings, through increasingly complex aerial patterns. He caught the snitch 14 times in his first practice. Wood wept openly. Where has he been? Wood asked the Weasley twins, wiping his eyes. Where has this kid been all my life? Hell, probably, Fred said. Language, George said. No, I mean he's literally too good. It's like he sold his soul for flying talent. Harry, hovering 50 feet above them, heard this and had to bite his lip to keep from laughing. Between Quidditch, classes, and investigation, the weeks blurred. Harry maintained his academic dominance, top marks in everything except history of magic, where consciousness was optional, and potions, where Snape's grading seemed to exist in a reality adjacent to fairness. He wrote to Charlie and Vaggie weekly through the communication crystal, filling them in on classes, friends, and progress. He wrote to Alastair through the journal, sharing observations about Quirrell, the third-floor corridor, and the growing certainty that something was being guarded in the castle. It was Hermione who cracked it. She arrived at breakfast one morning with the look she got when she'd been up all night researching, electrified, certain, and slightly manic. Nicholas Flamel, she said, sitting down and nearly appending Ron's pumpkin juice. Bless you. Ron said. Nicholas Flamel. I've been trying to figure out what's being guarded on the 3rd floor, and it finally clicked. Hagrid let something slip when Harry visited him last week. Harry had started visiting Hagrid regularly. The groundskeeper was warm, genuine, terrible at keeping secrets, and made excellent tea. He also had a tendency to say things like, shouldn't have said that, immediately after saying things he shouldn't have said. He mentioned Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. I knew I'd heard the name before, and I finally found it. She slapped a book on the table. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The what? Ron said. The Philosopher's Stone. An alchemical creation that can turn any metal into gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Flamel is over 600 years old. Harry's mind raced. A stone that grants immortality. Guarded in a school. Behind a locked door and whatever multi-hearted creature lurked beyond it. And Quirrell with his fake stutter and his turban pressing against the back of his head and the dark presence Harry could feel coiling inside him like a snake, Quirrell wanted it. Someone's trying to steal it, Harry said. Snape, Ron said immediately. It's got to be Snape. He's creepy, he hates you, he's probably, it's not Snape, Harry said. How do you know? Because Snape's anger is personal. It's about me, about my parents, about whatever happened between them. He's not the type to steal an artifact, he's too proud for petty theft. And more importantly, he's Dumbledore's man. He may hate me, but he's not a traitor. Then who? Harry thought about the itch in his scar. The twin heartbeats in Quirrell's classroom, one nervous, one cold. The turban that never came off. Quirrell, he said. Hermione frowned. Professor Quirrell. He can barely get through a lesson without fainting. Exactly. Ask yourself, why is the worst performing teacher at Hogwarts specifically in the position that guards the most valuable artifact in the world? Either Dumbledore made an uncharacteristically stupid staffing decision, or Quirrell isn't what he appears to be. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. You're scary sometimes, you know that. Ron said. I've been told. Halloween came, and with it, chaos. The feast was spectacular, pumpkins the size of garden sheds, bats swooping overhead, suits of armor charmed to sing. Harry was enjoying himself, laughing at something Fred Weasley had said, when Quirrell burst through the doors. Troll! Troll in the dungeons, he screamed, face white, turban askew. Thought you ought to know. He fainted. Or appeared to. Pandemonium erupted. Students screaming, teachers shouting, Dumbledore's magically amplified voice cutting through the chaos. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Harry was moving before the prefects had started organizing. Not toward Gryffindor Tower, toward the dungeons. Harry. Ron grabbed his arm. Where are you going? Hermione. She's not here, she's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Harry had noticed her absence. He'd also noticed her red eyes at lunch when Ron had said something insensitive about her having no friends. Ron had the emotional intelligence of a brick sometimes, and Harry had told him so, but the damage was done. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron's face went white. Oh no. Let's go. They ran. Through corridors emptying of students, past classrooms going dark, down toward the lower floors. Harry tracked the troll by smell, club troll, 12 feet tall, the stench hit before the sound did, and by the subtle tremors in the floor from its footsteps. They found it at the same moment they found Hermione. The troll had wandered into the first-floor girls' bathroom, drawn by the sound of crying. It stood in the middle of the room, a grey mountain of muscle and stupidity, its club dragging on the tiles. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, frozen, her eyes wide and her face the color of chalk. The troll raised its club. Harry didn't think. He acted. He grabbed his wand and focused everything, his natural magic, the deep power steeped in 10 years of hell's ambient energy, his will, his fury at something threatening someone he cared about, and he pushed. Depulso. The banishing charm wasn't supposed to be able to move a mountain troll. It was a fourth-year spell, and even fully trained adults would struggle to shift something that massive. The textbooks were very clear about the limitations. Harry hadn't read those parts. Or rather, he'd read them and disagreed. The troll flew backward. Not stumbled, flew, like it had been hit by a truck, its massive body lifting off the ground and slamming into the far wall hard enough to crack the stone. The club flew from its grip and clattered across the floor. The troll hit the ground, dazed, groaning, trying to push itself up. Harry didn't give it the chance. He pointed his wand at the club. It rose, smoothly, controlled, his wandless levitation almost unnecessary with the wand focusing his power, and positioned itself directly above the troll's head. "Stay down," Harry said. The troll looked up. Saw the club. Some dim animal intelligence fired behind its small eyes, processing the threat. It stayed down. The bathroom was silent except for the sound of running water from a shattered pipe. "Harry," Hermione whispered from behind him. "You okay?" Are you okay?" "Yes. Yes, I'm okay." Ron stood in the doorway, wand out, face showing a journey from terror to awe to something that looked a lot like, "I am never getting on this bloke's bad side." Footsteps thundered in the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived at a run, skidding to a halt in the bathroom doorway to find Harry Potter standing calmly in front of a subdued mountain troll, holding its own club above its head with levitation magic, while two of his classmates stood behind him unharmed. McGonagall's hand went to her chest. "Explain." Harry lowered the club gently to the ground. "Hermione didn't know about the troll. Ron and I went to warn her. We found the troll here and dealt with it." "Dealt with it," McGonagall repeated. She looked at the cracked wall. At the dazed troll. At the 11-year-old boy who'd apparently overpowered a mountain troll with a single banishing charm and then held it at bay with wandless levitation. Snape was staring at Harry too. But his expression wasn't shock, it was something colder, more complex. He was looking at the magical residue in the room, reading it the way a tracker reads footprints. And what he was reading was making him very, very thoughtful. Quirrell stood at the back, leaning against the doorframe, supposedly recovering from his faint. His eyes were on Harry. Not frightened. Not nervous. Hungry. Harry felt his scar pulse once. He looked at Quirrell. Quirrell looked away. 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said faintly. Each. 4, for sheer dumb luck. It wasn't luck, Hermione said quietly, stepping forward. Her voice was steadier now, her shock cooling into clarity. "Professor, Harry saved my life. He used a banishing charm powerful enough to throw a mountain troll into a wall. That's not luck. That's skill." McGonagall looked at Hermione. At Harry. At the troll, which had given up on consciousness and was now snoring on the bathroom floor. 10 points each, then, she amended. "And Mr. Potter, we are going to have a very long conversation about the upper limits of your magical capability." "Looking forward to it, Professor." They left the bathroom. In the corridor, walking back toward Gryffindor Tower, something clicked into place between the three of them, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The kind of bond that forms when you face something dangerous together and come out the other side. Not just friendship anymore. Alliance. Trust. The knowledge that when things went sideways, these were the people who showed up. "Thanks," Hermione said simply. "Anytime," Harry said. "That troll was 12 feet tall," Ron said. 12 feet. "And you just, whoosh, into the wall. It was threatening my friend." Ron blinked. Then grinned. Yeah. Yeah, it was." They walked back to the common room together, and the castle settled around them, ancient and watchful and humming with magic that had just registered something new, a power within its walls that it hadn't felt in a very long time. Something vast. Something old. Something that had grown up in the dark and chosen the light anyway. In the girls' bathroom, the mountain troll snored on, dreaming of simpler things. In the third-floor corridor, 3 hearts beat in one massive body, guarding what lay beneath. In a turban on a professor's head, something ancient and terrible stirred in thought about Harry Potter. And in Gryffindor Tower, Harry lay in bed, staring at the canopy, processing everything and already planning his next move. He pulled out the communication crystal. "Hey, Mama." A pause. Then Vaggie's voice, immediate and alert, "What happened?" "Fought a mountain troll." Silence. "A what?" "Mountain troll. 12 feet tall. Wandered into the school. I handled it." More silence. Then, very quietly, "How?" "Banished it into a wall and held its club over its head until the teachers arrived." He could practically hear Vaggie closing her eyes and counting to 10. "Are you hurt?" "Not a scratch." "Are your friends okay?" "Fine. Everyone's fine." "And the troll?" "Unconscious and snoring. Might have a headache tomorrow." A long, long pause. "I'm proud of you," Vaggie said. "And I'm going to kill every adult in that school for letting a troll get within a mile of children. Please don't kill the teachers, Mama. I'll consider it. Go to sleep, Mijo. Love you. Love you more. And Harry? Yeah. Next time, call for backup." He smiled, pressed the crystal, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he'd keep investigating the stone. Tomorrow, he'd figure out what lived inside Quirrell's turban. Tomorrow, he'd push harder, dig deeper, fly faster. But tonight, he slept, and he dreamed of red skies and a hotel full of people who loved him, and the dreams were warm. Chapter 4, Hellfire and Hogwarts. November settled over Hogwarts like a cold, grey blanket. The mountains around the castle disappeared into fog most mornings, the lake turned iron-dark, and the grounds frosted over so thoroughly that herbology lessons became exercises in endurance as much as education. Students bundled into scarves and cloaks, breath pluming in corridors that the castle's ancient heating charms couldn't quite reach. Harry barely noticed the cold. 10 years in hell had done something to his internal thermostat, not immunity, exactly, but a deep-seated warmth that radiated from his core like embers banked behind his ribs. He walked through the frost in his school robes without a cloak, and when Ron asked how he wasn't freezing, he just shrugged and said, "Good circulation." Ron accepted this because Ron accepted most of Harry's eccentricities with the easy grace of someone who'd grown up with Fred and George and had a very high bar for weird. Hermione accepted nothing and was compiling a mental dossier on Harry that she updated daily. She hadn't confronted him about it again since their first conversation, but Harry caught her watching him sometimes, when his tea was still steaming 20 minutes after he'd poured it, when he sat by the common room fire and the flames leaned toward him like sunflowers toward the sun, when his scar occasionally glowed faintly gold in the dark and he didn't seem to realize it. She was patient. She was thorough. She was going to figure him out. Harry respected that enormously and dreaded it in equal measure. The first Quidditch match of the season was approaching, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the rivalry match, the one that Oliver would have been preparing for since before Harry had arrived and possibly since birth. Practices intensified. Wood ran the team through drills until Katie Bell threatened to hex his broom into splinters, and even then he simply adjusted the schedule to include motivational discussions that were thinly disguised additional practices. Harry trained with a focus that startled even Wood. Not because he was nervous, he wasn't, but because Quidditch was the first thing in the magical world that felt like pure, uncomplicated joy. Flying was freedom. The broom was an extension of his body. The snitch was a puzzle wrapped in wings, and Harry loved puzzles. He practiced alone after the team sessions ended, staying in the air until dark, running seeker drills he designed himself based on aerial combat principles Vaggie had taught him. Feints, barrel rolls, sudden stops, blind dives where he tracked the snitch by feeling its magical signature rather than seeing it. The snitch was enchanted, it had a magical pulse, faint but distinct, and once Harry learned to feel it, catching it became less about speed and more about instinct. "You fly like you're fighting," Wood told him one evening, watching from the ground with his arms crossed. "Like something's trying to kill you up there and you're enjoying it." Old habits. "Where did you grow up, Potter?" "A war zone." Harry laughed, and the laugh had more truth in it than Wood could have guessed. The morning of the match dawned bright and cold. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, eating toast with the calm focus of someone who'd sat across a poker table from husk and bluffed demons 3 times his age. Nerves were for people who hadn't been trained by a fallen angel with an eye patch and an attitude problem. Ron was more nervous than Harry. Hermione was more nervous than Ron. Neville, who had taken to following Harry around with the loyal devotion of someone who'd had his life saved and wasn't going to forget it, looked like he might actually be sick. "You'll be brilliant," Hermione said, her hands wrapped around her mug so tightly her knuckles were white. "Just, be careful." "Careful is my middle name." "Your middle name is James." "Careful James, then." The stadium was packed. Hogwarts Quidditch was, Harry discovered, taken with a seriousness that bordered on religious. The stands were a sea of red and green, banners waving, songs being sung with more enthusiasm than skill. Lee Jordan, a Gryffindor with dreadlocks and zero filter, provided commentary from the teacher's box while McGonagall sat beside him looking preemptively disapproving. The teams walked onto the pitch. The Slytherin squad was bigger, older, meaner looking. Their seeker, a 5th-year named Terence Higgs, looked at Harry with the dismissive confidence of someone who outweighed his opponent by 40 pounds and saw that as an advantage. Harry looked back with the steady, unblinking calm of someone who'd been stared down by Alastor the radio demon and found Alastor scarier. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. 14 brooms shot into the air. The game was fast. Quidditch at the school level was controlled chaos, bludgers screaming through the air, chasers weaving and passing, the quaffle changing hands every 30 seconds. Lee Jordan's commentary was a stream of consciousness punctuated by McGonagall's corrections, and it's Angelina Johnson with the quaffle, "What a player, what a woman, Jordan." "Sorry, Professor, she shoots, she scores, 10-0 to Gryffindor." Harry flew above it all, circling, scanning. The snitch was somewhere in the stadium, its tiny golden body invisible against the morning sun. He could feel it, a faint tug at the edge of his magical senses, a glint of enchantment flickering in and out of his awareness. Higgs shadowed him, which was smart. Standard seeker strategy: mirror the opposing seeker, let them do the work of finding the snitch, then outrace them to it. Harry let it happen. Let Higgs think he was the hunter and Harry the prey. Vaggie's voice in his head: let them commit to a strategy. Then change the game. 20 minutes in. The score was 60-20 to Gryffindor. Harry felt the snitch's signature pulse from somewhere near the base of the Slytherin goalposts, low and fast and heading left. He didn't look at it. Didn't twitch. Didn't change his flight pattern by a single degree. Instead, he banked hard right, accelerating toward the opposite end of the stadium with sudden, explosive speed, his body flattened against the broom, every line of his posture screaming, "I see it, it's over here." Higgs followed. Instinct, training, adrenaline, the older boy rocketed after Harry, leaning into the dive, eyes scanning the area Harry was heading toward. The crowd roared. Lee Jordan screamed something about a Potter sprint. Harry pulled up. Higgs didn't. The Slytherin seeker realized the feint a half-second too late, tried to correct, overcorrected, and went into a spin that took him 15 seconds and 200 feet to recover from. By the time he'd stabilized, Harry was already across the pitch, diving toward the Slytherin goalposts where the real snitch was flickering between the base of the left hoop. That's when it happened. His broom jerked. Not a gust of wind, not turbulence, not a mechanical failure. A jerk, sudden, violent, purposeful. Like something had grabbed the tail end and yanked. Harry's grip held, Vaggie's training, always grip like you mean it, but the broom jerked again, harder, and this time it bucked like a living thing trying to throw him. The crowd gasped. Lee Jordan's commentary went high-pitched. Potter seems to be having broom trouble. That doesn't look right. Harry felt it. Through the broom, through the air, through his scar, a thread of magic, thin and dark, hooked into the bristles of his broom and pulling. A jinx. Someone was jinxing his broom. He didn't panic. He'd been thrown off worse things than broomsticks. Angel dust had once launched him off the hotel roof as a trust exercise, and Vaggie had caught him, and then she'd launched Angel off the roof, and nobody had caught Angel. The broom bucked again. Harry held on with his legs and released one hand, reaching for his wand. But the motion nearly unseated him. The jinx was strong, sustained, requiring continuous eye contact and concentration from whoever was casting it. It wasn't a prank. It was attempted murder. Harry's eyes scanned the crowd. His scar pulsed, hot and directional, like a compass needle swinging toward magnetic north. It pointed toward the teacher's stand. 2 people in the stand were staring at him with unbroken focus. One was Snape, dark eyes locked on Harry, lips moving in a continuous murmur. The other was Quirrell, turban-wrapped head tilted slightly, eyes fixed and unblinking. One of them was jinxing the broom. The other was counter-jinxing. Harry didn't have time to figure out which was which. The broom was pitching now, trying to roll him off, and the ground was 100 feet below. He made a choice. Instead of fighting the jinx, instead of struggling against the dark magic pulling his broom apart, Harry let go. Not of the broom. Of the assumption that he needed it. He'd been flying without brooms since he was 6. Levitation, gravitational manipulation, raw magical propulsion, Vaggie had drilled it into him until flight was as natural as walking. The broom was a tool. A useful one, a fun one, but not a necessary one. Harry stood up on the broom. The crowd screamed. The broom thrashed beneath his feet like a wild animal. He jumped. For one breathless second, Harry Potter hung in the air above the Quidditch pitch with nothing beneath him and nothing holding him up. The entire stadium went silent, 1,000 people watching a boy fall. Then his magic caught him. It wasn't showy. There was no burst of light, no visible spell, no dramatic incantation. He simply stopped falling. Hung in the air, supported by his own power, his robes rippling in the wind. The sensation was familiar, comfortable, the same magic he'd used to float over Pentagram City, to soar over the hotel, to play aerial tag with angel dust in the crimson skies of hell. The jinxed broom, suddenly riderless, stopped thrashing. Harry reached out and grabbed it, swinging himself back on in one fluid motion. The broom, freed from whatever internal conflict the jinx had created, steadied under him instantly. The whole thing took maybe 4 seconds. The stadium was dead silent. Then it erupted. Harry didn't wait for the noise to settle. The snitch was still near the Slytherin goalposts, he could feel it. He dove, broom screaming, wind tearing at his face, and this time nothing interfered. His hand closed around the small golden ball, its wings fluttering against his fingers, and he pulled up 10 feet from the ground, arm raised, snitch glinting in his fist. Harry Potter catches the snitch. Lee Jordan screamed, his voice cracking with emotion. Gryffindor wins. 210-20. And, did anyone else see, did he fly without a broom? The Gryffindor stands detonated. Students were jumping, hugging, crying. The team landed and mobbed Harry, Fred and George hoisting him onto their shoulders, Wood on his knees in the mud with his face in his hands, the chasers doing a victory dance that was more enthusiasm than choreography. Through the celebration, Harry's mind was working. Someone had tried to kill him. In front of the entire school. During a Quidditch match, in broad daylight, with every teacher watching. That was either desperate or arrogant, and Harry had learned from Alastair that desperation and arrogance were both weaknesses that could be exploited. His scars still tingled, pointing like a compass toward the teacher's stand. Toward Quirrell. The fallout from the match was seismic. Not the score, nobody cared about the score. What they cared about was the 4 seconds of impossible flight. Harry Potter had left his broom, hung in the air unsupported, and gotten back on. 1,000 witnesses. No possible denial. The Gryffindor common room party was still going strong at midnight, fueled by smuggled butterbeer and a bottomless supply of Weasley twin fireworks. Harry endured the celebrations for 2 hours, accepting congratulations, deflecting questions about the mid-air moment with practiced vagueness, before slipping away to find Ron and Hermione. They met in an empty classroom on the 2nd floor. Harry locked the door with a flick of his wand and sat on a desk. "Someone jinxed my broom," he said without preamble. "We saw," Hermione said. "I was watching with the binoculars. Snape was staring at you and muttering the entire time your broom was acting up. Quirrell was too." "Quirrell?" Ron frowned. Why would Quirrell? One of them was jinxing. The other was counter-jinxing. Jinxes require sustained eye contact and continuous incantation. Counter-jinxes require the same thing. From the stands, both would look identical. Hermione's face shifted as the implication landed. So which was which? "I don't know for certain. But my scar reacts to Quirrell, not Snape. It's reacted to him since the first day of classes. And the jinx felt dark, not just malicious, but old dark. The kind of darkness that has a personality behind it." "What does that mean?" Ron asked. Harry weighed his words. He hadn't told them about his hell senses, about the ability to read dark energy the way Husk read poker tells. He hadn't told them about the presence he could feel inside Quirrell's turban, curled up like a parasite, watching through its host's eyes. He decided to tell them part of it. "I grew up around dark magic," he said. "Not practicing it, being near it. My home was in a place where dark energy was ambient, and I learned to sense it the way you learn to sense temperature. What I feel from Quirrell isn't normal. There's something inside him. Something that isn't him." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. "Are you saying he's possessed?" Hermione asked carefully. "I'm saying there are 2 signatures where there should be one. His own, which is weak and scared, and another, which is powerful and patient and very, very old." Harry paused. "I think it's after the stone." "And you think it tried to kill you because?" "Because I'm the boy who lived. Because whatever marked me," he touched his scar, "made me a threat to whatever's inside Quirrell. It was a test. To see if I was vulnerable. To see what I could do. And you showed them," Ron said slowly. "You showed everyone. The flying thing, without the broom. Harry, that's... I know. That's not normal magic. I know. People are going to ask questions. Let them ask." Harry's voice was even, but beneath it was steel. Vaggie's steel. The kind that didn't bend. "I spent 10 years being told never to hide what I am. I'm not going to start now because a school full of wizards thinks I should be weaker than I am." The room was quiet. "You're right," Hermione said. "But we need a plan. If something inside Quirrell is after the Philosopher's Stone, and it's willing to try to kill you in front of 1,000 people to get you out of the way, it's going to try again. So we figure out the defenses," Harry said. "What's guarding the stone, how to get through them, and what happens at the end. If we know the gauntlet, we can predict when and how the theft will be attempted." "And then what?" Ron asked. "We tell Dumbledore." Harry thought about Dumbledore. The twinkling eyes. The chessmaster patience. The man who'd placed a priceless artifact in a school full of children and guarded it with obstacles that a group of first-years could theoretically navigate. "Dumbledore already knows," Harry said. "He knows something's wrong with Quirrell. He knows the stone is bait. He's waiting for something to happen." "That's mental," Ron said. "Why would he? Because he's not just guarding the stone. He's setting a trap. And I think he's using me as part of it." The silence was heavy. "Then we need to be smarter than him," Hermione said firmly. Harry smiled. It was his Alaster smile, the one that said the game was getting interesting. That's the plan. 3 days after the match, Harry received a message through the communication crystal that made his heart leap. Mijo. Vaggie's voice, tight and controlled, which meant she was either very angry or very excited. We're coming to visit. Harry sat up in bed so fast he nearly hit his head on the canopy. What? How? When? This weekend. Your mother has been climbing the walls since the troll incident, and the broom thing pushed her over the edge. We're coming. End of discussion. But, glamours? Cover story. The castle is full of people who will handle it. Charlie's been practicing her human act for weeks. I've got the logistics mapped. We're coming, Harry. He could hear Charlie in the background, tell him we're bringing cookies. Nifty made them. They might be sentient but they taste great. Harry pressed the crystal against his forehead and closed his eyes. The homesickness he'd been carefully compartmentalizing cracked open for a moment, and underneath it was a fierce, aching joy. I can't wait, he said. Saturday morning, Harry waited by the castle gates. The grounds were frosted silver, the lake steaming faintly in the cold. He'd told Ron and Hermione that his guardians were visiting, and Hermione had immediately wanted to meet them. I have questions, Harry, but he'd asked for the first hour alone. They'd understood. He saw them before they reached the gates. 2 women walking up the path from Hogsmeade, glamoured and bundled in mortal clothes, looking like any pair of parents visiting their child at boarding school. Charlie was in a cream-colored coat and a burgundy scarf, her blonde hair loose, her cheeks pink from the cold. She looked young, mid-20s at most, which wasn't far from the truth in demon years, and her smile when she spotted Harry could have melted the frost off the entire grounds. Vaggie walked beside her in a dark jacket and practical boots, her single visible eye scanning the environment with the automatic vigilance of someone who never fully relaxed. She'd kept the eye patch. Her dark hair was pulled back, and she moved with the coiled grace of a fighter in civilian clothes. Harry ran. He didn't mean to. He'd planned to walk, to be cool and composed, to greet them with the dignity of an 11-year-old who fought mountain trolls and caught snitches and stood up to potions masters without flinching. He ran like a kid who missed his mom's. Charlie caught him. Lifted him. Spun him. He was getting too big for this, his feet dragged the ground, but neither of them cared. She held him tight and made a sound that was half laugh and half sob, and her glamour flickered just once, a flash of something too bright and too warm, before stabilizing. You're taller, she said, pulling back to look at him. It's been 2 months. You're taller. Vaggie, he's taller. He's the same height as when he left, babe. He is not. Look at him. Vaggie looked at him. Her expression was doing the thing it did, the complicated thing, the hard soft thing, the warrior-mother duality that made her the most formidable and loving person Harry had ever known. You look good, Mijo, she said. I feel good. She pulled him in. Quick, tight, fierce. The same hug as always. Show us your school. Harry gave them the tour. The grounds first, the lake, the forest, forbidden, which made Vaggie snort, because everything was forbidden until someone went in anyway. Hagrid's hut, empty, Hagrid was in the forest. Then the castle itself. They entered through the main doors, and Charlie stopped. The entrance hall of Hogwarts was vast, stone-vaulted, hung with torches and echoing with the distant bustle of student life. Magic saturated every surface, old, layered, deep. Charlie, whose sensitivity to magical environments came from being the daughter of the Morning Star, could feel it pressing against her like warm water. Oh, she breathed. Oh, Harry. It's beautiful. It's structurally sound, Vaggie said, which was Vaggie's version of the same compliment. Harry showed them everything he could. The great hall, empty between meals, the enchanted ceiling showing a crisp winter sky, the moving staircases, Vaggie did not approve. One exit turns into a different exit without warning. That's a security nightmare. The library, Charlie nearly wept. The Gryffindor common room, Vaggie approved. One entrance, defensible, good sightlines. Students stared as they passed. Two beautiful women with a first year, clearly family, clearly important. Whispers followed them like shadows. People are staring, Charlie murmured. People always stare at you, Mom. Not like this. They're curious. Do they know who we are? They know I have guardians. They don't know anything else. Harry guided them up a staircase. And they're not going to. But there's something I should warn you about. What? Dumbledore might want to meet you. Vaggie's eye sharpened. The headmaster. He's been watching me since I got here. Not overtly, not threateningly, he's too smart for that. But he's interested. I don't fit the profile he expected, and he's trying to figure out why. What profile did he expect? A scared, grateful orphan. Someone who'd see Hogwarts as salvation and Dumbledore as a father figure. Someone manageable. Charlie and Vaggie exchanged a look. It was a look Harry had seen 1,000 times, the silent communication of two people who'd been partners so long they didn't need words. Agreement, concern, strategy, all in a single glance. If he approaches us, Vaggie said, Charlie and I will handle it. You focus on being a student. Mama, I can, you can handle yourself. I know. But this is our job. Protecting you from people who want to use you, that's what we do. Harry wanted to argue. He didn't. Because Vaggie was right, and because sometimes letting the people who loved you fight for you wasn't weakness. It was trust. They had lunch in the Great Hall. Charlie and Vaggie sat at the Gryffindor table as Harry's guests, bracketing him on either side, and the entire hall spent the meal trying not to stare and failing. Ron sat across from them, vibrating with nervous energy. Ron, these are my moms. Mama, this is Ron Weasley. Hello, Mrs. Ron's ears were crimson. Charlie saved him with a laugh and a warm handshake. Charlie. Just Charlie. It's wonderful to meet you, Ron. Harry's told us so much about you. Has he? Good things, I hope, all good things. He says you're honest and loyal and the best chess player he's ever met. Ron's blush deepened, but he grinned. Well, I don't know about best, he does, Harry said. Hermione arrived 5 minutes later, slightly out of breath, books under her arm. She sat down, took one look at Charlie and Vaggie, and Harry could see her analytical engine engage, processing, evaluating, filing data. Hermione Granger, she said, extending her hand. It's a pleasure. I have a few questions about Harry's early education, if you don't mind. She's direct, Vaggie said to Harry. Told you. I like her. Charlie fielded Hermione's questions with the grace of a diplomat, which, as Hell's princess, she technically was. Yes, Harry had been educated at home. Yes, he'd had multiple tutors. No, they weren't traditional magical educators. No, she couldn't elaborate on the specific curriculum. Yes, she understood Hermione's curiosity. No, there wasn't a polite way to say, it's classified. Hermione accepted this with the visible dissatisfaction of someone filing a temporary defeat, not a permanent one. After lunch, Harry took Charlie and Vaggie to the Quidditch pitch. He wanted to show them the broom, the flying, the thing that had become his purest joy at Hogwarts. Charlie sat in the stands while Vaggie stood at the railing, arms crossed, watching. Harry mounted the broom and took off. He flew the way he always flew, fast, precise, joyful. Loops and rolls and dives, the broom responding to his thoughts, the wind howling past. He climbed until the castle was a toy below him, then dove straight down at terminal velocity, pulling up so late that his feet brushed the grass. When he landed, Charlie was on her feet, clapping and laughing. Vaggie hadn't moved, but her expression, the one she reserved for moments when Harry exceeded even her expectations, said everything. "Your aerial combat application is sloppy," Vaggie said. "It's Quidditch, Mama. Not combat. Everything is combat." But she was almost smiling. "He's incredible," Charlie said, climbing down from the stands. "Harry, you're so free up there." "It's the closest thing to flying in hell," Harry admitted. "The broom's different from levitation, but the feeling is the same." "We should get you a proper one," Vaggie said, studying the school broom with professional disdain. "This thing handles like a shopping cart." "You don't even know what a shopping cart is." Alastair described one to me. It sounded terrible. "Like this broom." They were heading back toward the castle when it happened. "Mr. Potter." The voice came from the courtyard entrance, warm, genial, carrying effortlessly across the stone. "And guests, I see. How delightful." Albus Dumbledore stood in the archway, resplendent in robes of midnight blue, his silver beard tucked into his belt, half-moon spectacles reflecting the pale November light. His smile was grandfatherly. His eyes were anything but. Harry felt Charlie tense beside him. Felt Vaggie shift her weight, centering herself the way she did before a fight. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "These are my guardians. Charlie and Vaggie." "A pleasure," Dumbledore said, stepping forward. He extended his hand to Charlie first. His eyes, blue, bright, penetrating, swept over her with the casual thoroughness of a master legilimens assessing a new mind. Charlie shook his hand. Her glamour held perfectly. Her smile was radiant and gave away nothing. "Thank you for taking such wonderful care of Harry," Dumbledore said. "I must confess, his early years are something of a mystery to me. When he was placed with his aunt and uncle, he was never placed with anyone," Vaggie cut in. "Not rudely, precisely. A scalpel, not a hammer. We found him as an infant. We raised him. That's the complete story." Dumbledore's twinkle didn't waver. "Found him? How extraordinary. The protections I placed on young Harry were designed to keep him with his blood relatives. For them to have failed." "They didn't fail," Harry said. "They were superseded. The magic that brought me to my parents," he used the word deliberately, watching Dumbledore's reaction, "was older and stronger than anything you placed. My mother's sacrifice didn't just protect me from Voldemort. It chose where I'd be safe." The name landed like a stone in a still pond. Students nearby flinched. Even Dumbledore's expression shifted, a micro-adjustment, barely perceptible, but Harry saw it. Surprise. Not at the name, Dumbledore used the name himself, but at Harry's utter lack of fear in speaking it. "You say the name," Dumbledore observed. "I say all names. Names don't have power unless you give it to them." Harry paused. "My uncle Alastair taught me that." Something flickered behind Dumbledore's spectacles. A question. A concern. A recalculation. "I would very much like to hear about young Harry's upbringing," Dumbledore said, his voice still warm, still genial, but with a thread of steel running through it now. "Perhaps we could speak privately. My office has excellent tea." "Perhaps another time," Vaggie said. The same thread of steel, matched and exceeded. "We're here to spend time with our son. I'm sure you understand." For a long moment, the courtyard held its breath. Dumbledore and Vaggie regarded each other with the mutual assessment of two people who recognized a worthy opponent. The old wizard, who had defeated dark lords and shaped the destiny of nations. The fallen angel, who had fought in heaven's wars and raised a child in hell. "Of course," Dumbledore said. "Family time is precious. Do enjoy your visit." He turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, you continue to exceed expectations. Your performance in the Quidditch match was remarkable." "Thank you, Professor. The way you caught yourself when the broom malfunctioned. I've never seen anything quite like it. His eyes held Harry's. I do hope you'll be careful. Remarkable abilities attract remarkable attention. I'm always careful, sir. I'm sure you are. Dumbledore smiled. It was the smile of a man who had just learned something important and was deciding what to do with it. Good day. He left. His footsteps echoed in the courtyard long after he'd disappeared. Charlie exhaled. Her glamour rippled, just once. That man is terrifying. He's calculating, Vaggie said. Different thing. Terrifying people don't have plans, they're forces of nature. Calculating people are more dangerous because they know exactly what they're doing. He wanted to read us, Harry said. Legilimency, it's a type of magic here that lets you read minds through eye contact. He was trying it with both of you. Did it work? Charlie asked, alarmed. No. Your demonic nature would register as a foreign magical signature, he'd get static, not thoughts. And Vaggie's angelic background would actively repel mental intrusion. He got nothing. But he knows he got nothing, Vaggie said. Which means he knows we're blocking him, which means he knows we have something to hide. Everyone has something to hide. That doesn't make it suspicious, it makes it normal. Vaggie looked at him. A slow, proud smile spread across her face. When did you get so smart? I had good teachers. All of them. They spent the rest of the afternoon together. Charlie insisted on visiting the library again. Vaggie checked every exit in the castle she could find, and Harry didn't stop her because it made her feel better and because the information would be useful. They had tea in the kitchens, a place Harry had discovered weeks ago, behind a painting of a fruit bowl, served by house elves who were so delighted to have visitors that they produced enough food for 40 people. Charlie was deeply troubled by the house elves. They're bound. They serve without pay. Without choice. It's complicated, Harry said. The bond is partly magical, partly cultural. Most of them seem happy, but seem is doing a lot of work in that sentence. This is wrong. I know, Mom. We're going to talk about this more. I know, Mom. Vaggie, meanwhile, was interrogating the head house elf about the castle's security systems with the subtlety of a brick through a window. The elf, entirely charmed by her directness, told her everything. The goodbye was harder than the first one. They stood at the castle gates as the sun dropped behind the mountains, the sky turning the color of bruised plums. Charlie held Harry for a long time, her face pressed against his hair, and when she pulled back, her eyes were wet but her smile was steady. You're doing so well, she said. You're doing so well. Thanks, Mom. And whatever's happening with the stone and the professor with the turban, you be careful. Promise me. I promise. And if it gets dangerous, really dangerous, you call us. You call, and we will come. No matter what it takes. I know you will. Vaggie's goodbye was short and fierce. A hug. A kiss on his forehead. A whispered "Te quiero, mijo," that she only said in the moments that mattered most. Then they walked down the path toward Hogsmeade, where they'd open a portal back to hell once they were out of sight. Harry watched them go. Two women, walking close together, shoulders touching, their combined presence enough to make the air around them hum. His family. His home. His heart. He turned back to the castle and walked in. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room. Ron had a chessboard set up. Hermione had a book. Both of them looked up when Harry entered with expressions of studied casualness that fooled nobody. Your mums are cool, Ron said. Thanks. The scary one, Vaggie, she's like, properly scary, right? Not just regular scary. She once fought off 3 overlords simultaneously to protect me when I was 7. I don't know what level of scary that qualifies as. Ron moved a chess piece. Top tier. That's top tier scary. Your other mum, Charlie, she's different, Hermione said thoughtfully. She's warm, open, kind. But there's something underneath. Like iron wrapped in velvet. When Dumbledore tried to probe, she didn't flinch, she didn't even notice. Or she noticed and didn't care. That's my mom. Harry. Hermione set her book down. I watched your guardians interact with the most powerful wizard in Britain, and they weren't intimidated. They weren't even impressed. That's not normal for anyone. Who are they? Harry sat down between his friends. The fire crackled. The common room was warm and golden and safe, and outside the windows, the stars were coming out over the mountains. He made a decision. Okay, he said. I'm going to tell you something. Not everything, not yet. But more than I've told anyone else at this school. Because you're my friends, and friends deserve truth. Ron set down his chess piece. Hermione leaned forward. I wasn't raised on Earth, Harry said. When Voldemort tried to kill me and my mother's protection activated, the collision of magic tore a hole between dimensions. I fell through. I landed somewhere else. Somewhere else, Hermione repeated. Another dimension. Another realm. A place humans aren't supposed to go. A place that would have destroyed any normal child. But my mother's protection kept me alive, and the people who found me, Charlie and Vaggie, they chose to raise me as their own. What kind of place? Ron asked, his voice hushed. A dangerous one. A place full of powerful beings, where survival depends on being strong and smart and loved enough to weather anything. He paused. That's where my magic comes from. The extra layer, the part that doesn't match what your textbooks describe. It's from growing up steeped in the ambient energy of another realm. Hermione's eyes were very wide. That's why your magic is so dense. Why your wand reacted the way it did. Why Ollivander said your signature was anomalous. You're not just a wizard, you're a wizard who was marinated in extraplanar magical energy for 10 years. That's one way to put it. Bloody hell, Ron said softly. No wonder you're not scared of anything. I'm scared of things. I'm just not scared of the things people expect me to be scared of. Harry looked at both of them. You can't tell anyone. Not about the other realm, not about my guardian's nature, not about any of it. Not because I'm ashamed, because knowledge is dangerous, and I won't put targets on your backs. We won't tell, Hermione said immediately. Course not, Ron said. And I'm trusting you with this because I need people I can trust here. Because there's something dark in this school, wearing a professor like a suit, and when it makes its move, I'm going to stop it. But I can't do it alone. Ron reached across the chessboard and clapped Harry on the shoulder. Mate, you saved my best friend from a troll. You flew without a broom. You just told us you grew up in another dimension. I'm in. Obviously I'm in. Hermione nodded. We'll figure this out together. Whatever it takes. Harry looked at his friends, his first friends, his own age, his own species, here in this strange and wonderful school in a world he was still learning to navigate. And he felt something warm and fierce and unbreakable settle in his chest. Charlie would have called it hope. Vaggie would have called it trust. Alastair would have called it leverage. Harry called it friendship, and it was enough. December brought snow and a development Harry hadn't anticipated. He was leaving the library on a Tuesday evening, arms full of books on protective enchantments and barrier magic, when he found himself face to face with Snape. The professor stood in the corridor like a particularly ominous roadblock, arms crossed, black robes motionless despite the draft. He'd clearly been waiting. Mr. Potter. A word. It wasn't a question. Harry shifted his books to one arm and followed Snape into a nearby empty classroom. The door closed behind them with a definitive click. Snape didn't sit. He paced. 2 steps one way, 2 steps back, his robe swishing against the stone floor. Harry leaned against a desk and waited. He'd learned patience from Husk, who could sit in silence for 3 hours before making a move. "You are not what I expected," Snape said finally. "So I've been told. When I heard Harry Potter was coming to Hogwarts, I expected a replica of your father. Arrogant. Lazy. Coasting on natural talent and family name. Surrounded by admirers and convinced the rules didn't apply to him." Harry said nothing. "Instead, I find a student who arrives prepared, performs flawlessly, and responds to provocation with the composure of someone 3 times his age." Snape stopped pacing. His dark eyes fixed on Harry's green ones. "You have your mother's eyes." The words came out rough, as if they'd been scraped against something sharp on the way up. "I've been told that too," Harry said quietly. Lily was, Snape stopped. Regrouped. The vulnerability was there for 1 second, raw and painful, before the mask slammed back into place. "I owe your mother a debt. One that cannot be repaid. What I can do, what I have been doing, is protect her son." Harry's mind rearranged several pieces of the puzzle at once. The Quidditch match. "You were counter-jinxing my broom." Snape's eyes narrowed. "How did you? I felt 2 opposing magical signatures. One attacking, one defending. I didn't know which was which at the time. But if you're telling me you were protecting me, then the attack came from Quirrell." Silence. Loaded, heavy. "Professor Quirrell," Snape said carefully, "is a subject you should leave to the adults. The adults put a mountain troll in the school and a possessed professor in the classroom. I'm not sure I trust the adults' judgment." Snape's expression flickered. Surprise, irritation, and something that might have been dark amusement. "You know about the possession. I've sensed it since day 1. Something is living in him, in his turban, specifically. Something old and dark and patient. It wants the stone." "How do you know about the stone?" "Research. Observation. The same way I know you've been watching Quirrell all year, that Dumbledore knows what's happening and is letting it play out, and that whoever is pulling Quirrell's strings is connected to Voldemort." He said the name deliberately. Snape flinched, a full-body flinch, badly concealed. "You are," Snape said slowly, "the most infuriating child I have ever met." "I've been told that too." A long pause. Snape studied Harry with an intensity that went beyond professional assessment into something deeply personal. He was looking for Lily. Harry knew this, and he let it happen, because whatever complicated grief lived inside Severus Snape, it was genuine, and Harry had been raised by people who understood that grief took strange shapes. "Listen carefully," Snape said. "What is inside Quirrell is a fragment of the Dark Lord. A shade, less than a ghost, more than a memory. It's been growing stronger, feeding off Quirrell's life force, biding its time until it can access the stone. The elixir of life would give it a path back to a body. And Dumbledore is letting this happen because he wants to see what happens. Because he wants to know how strong the shade is, what its plans are, and whether his defenses hold." Snape's mouth thinned. "The headmaster has his reasons. The headmaster is using children as bait in a trap for a Dark Lord's ghost. His reasons are irrelevant." Something shifted in Snape's expression. A crack in the mask, wider this time. Not grief, recognition. The recognition of someone who'd been thinking the same thing but hadn't expected to hear it from an 11-year-old. "What would you have me do, Potter?" "Keep doing what you're doing. Watch Quirrell. Counter whatever he tries. And if it comes to it, if the shade makes its move, don't assume Dumbledore's plan is going to work." Harry held Snape's gaze. "Because if it comes down to the stone, I'm going after it. And I won't be asking permission." Snape stared at him for a long time. "You are nothing like your father," he said. It sounded, for the first time, like a compliment. "I know. You are very much like your mother. I know that too. And Professor, for what it's worth, I think the debt you owe her is already being paid. Every time you counterjinx my broom or watch quarrel or stand between me and something dark, you're paying it. She'd know that. Snape's face did something complicated and painful. He turned away, black robes swirling, and walked to the door. Stay alive, Potter. Your mother would never forgive me if I let you die. I don't plan on dying, sir. I have people waiting for me. Snape paused at the door. Didn't look back. So did she. He left. The door closed. Harry stood in the empty classroom, processing. Then he pulled out Alastor's journal and wrote, "Made an unexpected ally. Snape, the hostile professor. Turns out he loved my mother and has been protecting me from Quirrell all year." He confirmed, Quirrell is hosting a shade of Voldemort. The shade wants the stone to create a body. Dumbledore is letting it play out like a chess game. I'm not a chess piece. And when this comes to a head, I'm going to handle it on my terms. Alastor's response appeared within minutes, written with what Harry imagined was considerable glee. "My dear boy, every chess game has pieces who don't know they're on a board. The difference between a piece and a player is simple, the player knows the board exists and moves himself. You've always been a player, Harry. Since the day you fell into our little hotel and grabbed Charlie's collar and refused to let go. Make your move when you're ready. And do make it entertaining." Harry smiled, closed the journal, and headed back to Gryffindor Tower. Outside the windows, snow fell over Hogwarts in thick, white curtains, covering the grounds in silence. But beneath the snow, beneath the stone, beneath the trapdoor on the third floor, something waited. Something dark and patient and desperate. And Harry Potter, the boy who fell, was getting ready to meet it. He wasn't scared. He was never scared. Not because he didn't understand danger, he understood it better than almost anyone in this castle. But because fear was a choice, and he'd been raised by people who chose love instead, chose courage instead, chose hope instead, every single day, in a place where all three should have been impossible. Hell had taught him many things. But the most important lesson was the simplest one. The dark is only dark until someone lights a fire. And Harry Potter had always burned. Chapter 5, Through the Trapdoor. The signs came fast after Christmas. Harry had stayed at Hogwarts over the holidays, not because he couldn't go home, but because Vaggie had agreed with his assessment that leaving the castle for 2 weeks meant losing sight of Quirrell for 2 weeks, and losing sight of Quirrell meant losing the thread. Charlie had cried a little but understood. They'd spent Christmas morning connected through the crystal, Harry sitting cross-legged on his bed in the empty dormitory while the whole hotel crowded around on the other end, shouting over each other. "Merry Christmas, short stuff." Angel yelled. "Open our present first." Nifty squeaked. "The chess set I gave him last year was better than anything you lot wrapped," Huss grumbled. "Joyeux Noel, dear boy," Alastor's voice crackled through the crystal with its usual radiostatic undertone. "I trust the school is suitably dramatic for the season." "There are 12 Christmas trees in the Great Hall," Harry said. Hagrid dragged them in himself. "Marvelous. A man of action. I approve." Charlie and Vaggie had sent presents through a dimensional courier, a minor imp who materialized in Harry's dormitory at 3 a.m., dropped a sack of wrapped packages on his bed, shrieked at the sight of the 4-poster canopy, and vanished before Harry could thank it. The packages contained new clothes, a set of throwing knives from Vaggie, for emergencies only, Mijo, I mean it, a hand-knitted scarf from Charlie in Gryffindor colors, a flask of Hellfire extract to replace the one Harry had used as a hand-warmer in November, and a photograph of the entire hotel crew standing in the lobby under a banner that read, "We miss you, Harry," in Charlie's handwriting. Harry had put the photograph on his bedside table. It moved, the way wizarding photographs did. Angel kept striking poses, Huss kept walking out of frame and being dragged back by Nifty, Alastor stood perfectly still with his permanent grin, and Charlie and Vaggie stood in the center with their arms around each other, waving. He looked at it every night before sleep. Ron had also stayed for the holidays, and Christmas morning had delivered an unexpected gift, a package with no card, containing a shimmering, fluid cloak that seemed to be made of liquid moonlight. "It's an invisibility cloak," Ron breathed when Harry held it up. "Those are incredibly rare, incredibly valuable, Harry. Who sent this?" A note had fluttered from the folds. Harry picked it up and read, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But Harry recognized the handwriting from school documents and notices pinned to the common room board. Dumbledore. "He's making a move," Harry said, reading the note again. "What?" "Dumbledore. He's been watching me all year, trying to figure out what I am, whether I fit into his plans. Now he's giving me a tool, a powerful one that belonged to my father, and he's doing it anonymously, without asking for anything in return." Harry ran the cloak's fabric through his fingers. It felt like water. "It's a gift and a test. He wants to see what I do with it." "Or maybe he just wanted to give you your dad's cloak," Ron said. "Sometimes a present is just a present, mate." Harry looked at Ron. Smiled. Ron's fundamental decency, his ability to see the simple, good explanation first, was one of his best qualities. Harry envied it sometimes. "Maybe," Harry said. "Either way, I'm keeping it." He used the cloak that very night to investigate the third-floor corridor. Under the silvery fabric, invisible and silent, Harry stood before the locked door at the end of the forbidden corridor. The lock yielded to a whispered Alohomra, as expected, barely a barrier at all. He eased the door open. The room beyond was dark and vast, and it was filled with dog. A massive three-headed dog, each head the size of a small car, all three currently asleep on the stone floor. Its combined breathing created a wind that ruffled Harry's cloak. Drool pooled on the flagstones. One head snored. Another whimpered in a dream. The third was silent, its closed eyes twitching. Beneath the dog's massive paw was a trapdoor. Harry studied the scene from the doorway. The dog was a guardian, Cerberus type, classical underworld mythology, used across multiple magical traditions. He'd read about them in the hotel's library, which contained books from a dozen dimensions. The key to a Cerberus was always the same: music. The beasts were bred for loyalty and ferocity, but their one weakness was a susceptibility to melody that put them into deep, compliant sleep. He didn't need to go further. Not tonight. He had the layout, the guardian, the trapdoor. The pieces were coming together. He closed the door, locked it again, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower under the cloak, his footsteps silent on the ancient stone. In his journal, he wrote, "Three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. Classical Cerberus configuration. Music puts it to sleep." Below the trapdoor, the gauntlet. Multiple defenses, one for each professor involved in the protection scheme. Quirrell's shade will need to pass through all of them to reach the stone. Alastair's reply, "And what will you do when the shade makes its attempt?" Harry wrote, "I'll be there first." January bled into February. February into March. The school settled into the rhythm of the spring term: classes, homework, Quidditch practice, the slow warming of the grounds as winter loosened its grip. Harry maintained his academic pace, top marks in everything, his magical control growing sharper with each passing week as he integrated what Hogwarts taught with what he already knew. But underneath the routine, the tension was building. Quirrell was getting worse. The stutter had become more pronounced, the nervousness more theatrical, the gaps in his performance more frequent. He missed classes twice in March, once in April. When he did teach, his eyes had a glazed, distant quality that Harry recognized, the look of someone losing a war inside their own skull. The shade was getting stronger. Quirrell was getting weaker. The balance was tipping. Harry watched. Waited. Prepared. He trained in secret, not at Hogwarts, where every room had portraits that could report to Dumbledore, but in a pocket of space between the castle and the grounds that he'd discovered in February. A blind spot in the castle's surveillance network, a stretch of corridor behind a tapestry on the 7th floor where the magical observation charms didn't quite reach. He drilled there in the early mornings, running through the combat forms Vaggie had taught him, pushing his magic harder and further, testing the limits of what he could do with a wand versus without. The wand was stronger for precision work, targeted spells, fine manipulation, the structured incantations that Hogwarts specialized in. But his raw, wandless magic was stronger for everything else: brute force, environmental manipulation, the instinctive, will-driven power that came from 10 years of hell's ambient energy soaking into his bones. Together, they made him something this school had never seen. Ron trained with him sometimes. Not the magical combat, Ron's strengths were tactical, not martial, but the planning. They'd sit in the common room with a chess set between them, and Ron would lay out scenarios. "Say the gauntlet has 6 defenses," Ron said one evening, moving pieces on the board. "One for each professor. McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, Sprout, Quirrell himself, and Dumbledore. Each one plays to their specialty. What's the fastest path through? Depends on the defenses. Transfiguration challenge, charms challenge, potions challenge, herbology challenge, dark arts challenge, and something from Dumbledore, probably the most abstract, the most psychological." "Right. So you've got brute force options for some of them, but others are going to require specific knowledge. The potions one, for instance, Snape's not going to make something you can blast through. It'll be a puzzle. Logic-based. That's Hermione's territory." Ron nodded, moving a knight. "And if there's a chess component, life-size wizard chess, maybe, where you have to play your way across, that's yours." Ron looked up from the board. "You'd want me there?" "Actually there, not just planning." "Ron, I'd want you both there. This isn't a solo mission. I'm good, but I'm not stupid enough to think I don't need help." Ron's ears went pink, the way they always did when someone expressed genuine faith in him. He covered it by moving a bishop. "Right. Yeah. Course. I'll be there." Hermione's preparation was characteristically thorough. She compiled a reference document, 12 inches of parchment, cross-referenced and annotated, covering every known defense mechanism that could be created by the Hogwarts teaching staff. Protective enchantments, barrier spells, logic puzzles, magical creatures, transfiguration traps. She'd done the research with the same intensity she brought to everything, and the result was a tactical brief that Vaggie would have approved of. "If Quirrell gets through the gauntlet," Hermione said one May afternoon, the 3 of them huddled in a corner of the library, "he reaches the stone. And if the Shade of Voldemort gets the stone, it gets the elixir of life," Harry finished. "A new body. A return. So we can't let that happen. We won't." The trigger came on a June evening, warm and golden, the kind of evening that made Hogwarts look like a painting of itself. Harry was walking back from the Quidditch pitch, final practice of the year. Gryffindor had already won the cup, Wood had cried again, when his scar erupted. Not the low itch he'd been feeling around Quirrell all year. A scream. A white-hot lance of pain that shot from his forehead to the base of his skull, staggering him. He caught himself against the corridor wall, gritting his teeth, breathing through it the way Vaggie had taught him to breathe through pain: acknowledge it, compartmentalize it, keep functioning. Through the pain, he felt something. A surge of dark energy, rolling through the castle like a wave, concentrated and moving. Moving down. Toward the 3rd floor. Toward the corridor. Toward the trapdoor. Harry straightened. The pain receded to a dull throb, and underneath it, his senses sharpened to a razor edge. Every nerve alert. Every instinct firing. Tonight. The Shade was making its move tonight. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room. One look at his face and they were on their feet. "It's happening," Harry said. "Now." No hesitation from either of them. Ron shoved his wand into his pocket. Hermione grabbed a small bag she'd been keeping packed for weeks, just in case, containing potion supplies, a basic medical kit, and a copy of her reference document. "How do we get past the portrait without anyone seeing?" Ron asked. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from inside his robes. "3 of us, 1 cloak. It'll be tight." "Story of my life," Ron muttered, but he was already moving toward the portrait hole. They draped the cloak over all 3 of them. Ron's feet stuck out slightly, and Hermione had to hunch, and move through the castle. The corridors were empty, curfew had passed an hour ago. Filch and Mrs. Norris were somewhere on the lower floors, but Harry's hell-trained senses tracked them easily, routing the trio around patrols with smooth precision. They reached the 3rd-floor corridor. The door was already open. "Someone's been here," Hermione whispered. From inside the room, a harp was playing. Harry edged through the door and saw it, an enchanted harp, standing in the corner, its strings plucking themselves in a gentle melody. The 3-headed dog was sprawled on the floor, all 6 eyes closed, breathing deep and slow and drugged with music. "Quirrell," Harry said quietly. "He's already through." He crossed the room, stepping carefully over the dog's massive paws. The trapdoor was open, a square of darkness cut into the stone floor. Warm, damp air rose from below, carrying the smell of earth and something organic. Harry pulled off the cloak and folded it into his robes. "All right. I'll go first. Give me a 10 count, then follow." "Why a 10 count?" Ron asked. "In case the first thing down there tries to eat whoever drops in. Better it eats me than all 3 of us at once." "That's not reassuring, Harry." "It's not supposed to be reassuring. It's supposed to be practical." He sat on the edge of the trapdoor, legs dangling into darkness. 10 count. Then follow." He dropped. The fall was longer than expected, 20 feet, maybe 30, and he landed on something soft. Not ground. Not a mattress. Something that moved, that shifted under his weight, that felt alive and vegetable and immediately, aggressively interested in his presence. Tendrils wrapped around his ankles. His wrists. His chest. Tightening. Devil's snare. Harry recognized it from herbology, a plant that killed through constriction, tightening its grip when victims struggled. The standard countermeasure was fire or light. The plant was photophobic and released its hold when exposed to either. He didn't struggle. Didn't panic. Didn't even reach for his wand. He let the warmth that lived in his core, the deep, ember-banked heat that 10 years in hell had baked into his bones, rise to the surface. His skin didn't glow, exactly. It radiated. A wave of dry, gentle heat, like sitting too close to a fireplace, emanating from every inch of him. The devil's snare flinched. Its tendrils loosened, recoiled, shrank away from the warmth. Harry stood up on the now limp surface of the plant and waited. Ron landed beside him with a yelp and immediately started struggling, which made the vines tighten, which made him struggle harder. Classic negative feedback loop. "Stop moving," Harry said calmly. "Easy for you to say, you're not being strangled by a plant." Hermione landed with considerably more grace, immediately recognized the devil's snare, and shouted, "Lumos Solum." Her wand blazed with brilliant sunlight. The plant recoiled from all 3 of them at once, retreating into the walls and floor, leaving them standing in a stone chamber. "Nice," Harry told her. "Thank you. I've been rehearsing." She brushed plant residue off her robes. "Ron, you can stop screaming now." "I wasn't screaming. I was expressing justified concern at volume." They moved forward. The chamber led to a narrow stone corridor that opened into a second room, vast, high-ceilinged, filled with the sound of wings. Not wings. Not exactly. Hundreds of tiny, glittering objects flew in complex patterns near the ceiling, their wings catching the torchlight. Keys. Hundreds of enchanted keys, all shapes and sizes, swooping and darting like a flock of metallic birds. On the far side of the room, a heavy wooden door with an iron lock. Flitwick's contribution, Hermione said, examining the door. We need the right key. Probably old-fashioned, silver, to match the lock. Harry looked up at the swarm of keys. In the corner, 3 broomsticks hovered, waiting. I see it, he said. He didn't need a broomstick to spot it. His seeker eyes, trained by months of tracking the tiny, fast-moving snitch, picked out the anomaly in seconds. A large, old-fashioned silver key with a bent wing, flying slower than the others, already damaged. Someone had grabbed it recently and it hadn't fully recovered. Quirrell's been through here too, Harry said. The key's already been caught. The door might be unlocked already. He tried the handle. It turned. The door swung open. He's in a hurry, Harry said. Not bothering to relock behind him. He's scared or excited or both. They passed through into the third room, and Harry's breath caught, not from danger, but from recognition. It was a chessboard. A massive, life-size wizard's chess set, occupying a room the size of a ballroom. White pieces on one side, black on the other. The white pieces were tall as adults, carved from pale stone, their faces blank and waiting. The black pieces stood opposite, equally massive, equally still. Between them, a floor of checkered marble stretched to the far door. McGonagall's, Ron said. His voice had changed. The nervous energy was gone, replaced by something focused and quiet and sure. We have to play our way across. How do you know? Hermione asked. Because I know chess. Look at the board, the pieces are in starting position, but the white side has 3 pieces missing. Queen's knight, king's bishop, and a rook. Those are the positions we have to take. He was already walking, studying the board with the intensity of a general surveying a battlefield. I'll be the knight. Harry, take the bishop's position. Hermione, the rook. Ron, Harry started. I know what I'm doing. Ron turned to face them. His jaw was set. His eyes were clear. This was his moment, the thing he was better at than anyone, the one area where Ron Weasley was not in anyone's shadow. Trust me. Harry met his eyes. Nodded. Always. They took their positions. The white pieces, sensing the players, turned to face them. Stone heads rotated with a grinding sound. Stone hands gripped stone swords. The board was live. Pawn to e4, Ron called. The game began. Ron played like a master. Every move was precise, 3 steps ahead of the opposition, his eyes tracking patterns and possibilities with a speed that awed even Harry. He sacrificed pieces strategically, opened lines of attack, and dismantled the white side's formation with a ruthlessness that belied his age. Harry and Hermione moved when Ron told them to move, trusting his vision completely. The white pieces fought back, real combat, stone swords swinging, captured pieces dragged from the board in showers of rubble. The violence was real enough to kill, and Ron navigated through it without hesitation. 15 minutes in. The White Queen was a menace, the most powerful piece, aggressive and mobile, controlling the center of the board. Ron had been maneuvering around her, but the endgame was approaching, and the path to checkmate was narrowing. I can see it, Ron muttered, more to himself than to them. 3 moves. But what? Harry asked from his position on the bishop's square. Ron looked at him. Something passed between them, understanding, acceptance, the quiet recognition of what was about to happen. I have to sacrifice myself, Ron said. The knight takes the queen's position, the queen takes me, and that opens the diagonal for Harry to checkmate the king. No, Hermione said immediately. It's the only way. I've checked every other line, they all lead to stalemate or loss. This is the move. Ron, there has to be another, there isn't. Ron's voice was steady. He looked at Harry. After she takes me, you move to C3. That's checkmate. Don't stop for me, the pieces will clear the path once the game is won. Harry held Ron's gaze. He could stop this. He could use his magic to blast through the chess set, bypass the whole room. He was powerful enough. But doing so would take something from Ron, would take this moment, this proof that Ron Weasley was extraordinary, that his mind was a weapon as sharp as any spell. You're sure? Harry asked. I'm sure. Then it's your call, Captain. Ron grinned. That reckless, brilliant, terrified Weasley grin. Knight to H3. His stone horse surged forward. The White Queen turned, massive and merciless, and swung. Ron was thrown from the horse by the impact, hitting the stone floor hard. Hermione screamed. Harry felt his fists clench, his magic flare, the instinct to protect roaring through him. Ron was unconscious. Breathing, Harry could see his chest moving, but out. Harry forced himself to focus. Ron had given him this. Don't waste it. Bishop to C3, he said, and his piece slid forward with grinding finality. The White King dropped his sword. Checkmate. The pieces froze. The far door opened. The path was clear. Harry ran to Ron first. Checked his pulse, strong, steady. No blood, no obvious breaks. Concussion, probably. The chess piece had hit him hard, but Ron Weasley was tougher than he looked. He needs the hospital wing, Hermione said, kneeling beside him, her hands shaking but her voice controlled. I'll stay with him. You go on. Hermione, the potions room is next, I know it is. But Ron needs someone here, and I know enough about head injuries to keep him stable. You go. Finish this. Harry looked at her. His friend. His brilliant, fierce, indispensable friend, choosing to stay behind because it was the right thing to do, even though every atom of her being wanted to see this through. I'll come back, he said. I promise. You'd better. We have exams next week and I refuse to study alone. He almost laughed. Instead, he squeezed her shoulder, stood, and walked through the door. The next room was Snape's. Harry knew at the moment he stepped through, the cool, precise energy, the attention to detail, the elegant danger. A table stood in the center, bearing 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes. A sheet of parchment lay beside them. The doorway behind him erupted in purple flame, the doorway ahead erupted in black flame. No going back, no going forward. Not without the right potion. Harry picked up the parchment and read. It was a logic puzzle, brilliant, clean, exactly the kind of thing Snape would design. Not magic. Logic. Because Snape knew that most wizards were terrible at logic, that magic made people lazy about reasoning, that the best defense against a magical intruder was a problem that magic couldn't solve. Harry read the puzzle twice. Solved it in 30 seconds. Not because he was a genius, because Husk had been drilling logic problems into him since he was 5, disguising them as card games and probability exercises, building the mathematical reasoning that most magical education completely ignored. Third bottle from the left. Small, just enough for one person. He drank. Ice flooded his veins. The black fire parted as he walked through. The final chamber was circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with cold blue light. In the center stood a mirror, tall, ornate, with a frame of gold inscribed with words Harry couldn't read from this distance. It was the most magical object he'd ever encountered in the mortal world, the sheer density of enchantment radiating from it was almost overwhelming, layers upon layers of spellwork so old and so complex they made Hogwarts walls look like finger painting. Standing in front of the mirror was Quirrell. The turban was still on. His robes were singed from the gauntlet. His hands were pressed against the mirror's surface, and he was muttering, not stuttering, not stammering, but muttering in a quick, urgent stream of words that was nothing like the nervous professor Harry had sat in classrooms with for months. I see myself holding the stone, presenting it to my master, but how do I get it? Having trouble? More actions. Right, the next chapter now. Quirrell spun around. His face was pale, slick with sweat, his eyes wide and wild. The stutter was gone completely. In its place was something raw and desperate, a man at the end of his rope trying to hold on to the fraying end. Potter. Not a question. A realization. Professor. Harry walked into the chamber with measured steps, his wand at his side, his posture relaxed. Not threatening. Not threatened. The way Alastair walked into rooms, like he belonged there more than the furniture did. You look stressed. Long night? How did you get through the defenses? Same way you did. One at a time. Harry stopped 15 feet from Quirrell, assessing. The man's magical signature was flickering, unstable, two energies warring inside one body, the weaker one losing. Quirrell's own magic was guttering like a candle in a wind tunnel. The other presence was expanding to fill the space. Harry's scar burned. Steady, hot, directional. Pointing at the turban. The stone is in the mirror, Harry said. Dumbledore's final defense. The mirror of Erist, it shows you what you desire most, but only someone who wanted to find the stone without using it could retrieve it. Clever. A desire trap. Quirrell stared at him. How do you know that? Because I can read the enchantment from here. The spellwork is complex but the principle is simple, the mirror reflects desire, but the stone only materializes for someone whose desire is selfless. You want the stone to serve your master. That's not selfless. You'll never get it. Then I'll find another way. I'll break the mirror, I'll use the boy. The voice came from Quirrell, but not from his mouth. It came from behind him, from the turban, from the back of his head, thin and high and cold as winter steel. Harry felt the sound in his scar like a blade, felt it in his bones like a bass note, felt it in the deep, hell-forged part of his magical core like one predator recognizing another. Voldemort. Not a full Voldemort. A shade, a fragment, a thing less than alive but more than dead, clinging to Quirrell's body like a parasite, feeding off his life to sustain its own wretched existence. Harry could feel it clearly now, the dark signature he'd been sensing all year, laid bare, no longer hidden behind a stutter and a turban. It was angry. It was desperate. It was hungry. And underneath all of that, so faint that Harry almost missed it, it was afraid. Quirrell turned to face Harry fully, and then, with trembling hands, reached up and began unwinding his turban. The purple cloth fell away in loops, pooling on the stone floor. When the back of Quirrell's head was exposed, Harry saw it. A face. Pressed into the back of Quirrell's skull like a death mask molded from living flesh, white, flat, with slits for nostrils and eyes that burned red in the blue torchlight. A face that was less than human, that had crossed so far into dark magic that humanity had become a distant memory. Harry Potter, the face said. The voice was a whisper, but it filled the chamber. We meet again. Harry looked at the face of the thing that had murdered his parents. He'd thought about this moment. Not obsessively, not with fear, but with the calm, analytical foresight that Vaggie had drilled into him. He'd thought about what he would feel. Anger, maybe. Grief. The inherited weight of a loss he'd been too young to remember but old enough to understand. What he actually felt was pity. This thing, this shade, this remnant, had once been the most feared dark wizard in history. It had commanded armies, terrorized nations, brought the magical world to its knees. And now it clung to the back of a stuttering professor's head, unable to hold a wand, unable to cast a spell without a host, unable to so much as exist without leeching life from someone else. Harry had grown up in hell. He'd seen overlords with the power to reshape reality. He'd sat across the dinner table from Alastair, whose mere presence made the air crackle with barely contained destruction. He'd watched Charlie's father, Lucifer, the actual, literal devil, manifest briefly during a political crisis, and the sheer scale of that power had bent the walls of the hotel like paper. Voldemort's shade, by comparison, was a candle in a hurricane. A parasite with delusions of grandeur. "You killed my parents," Harry said. His voice was even. Not cold, honest. "You murdered my father at the door. You murdered my mother in my nursery. And then you tried to murder me, and my mother's love tore you apart. Your mother's sacrifice was impressive," the shade admitted, each word costing visible effort. "A rare magic. I underestimated it. I will not make that mistake again. You won't get the chance." "Oh, but I will. Time is on my side, boy. I am patient. I have waited 10 years in the shadows, and I will wait 10 more if I must. But the stone can accelerate everything. Give me the stone, Harry Potter, and I will reward you beyond measure." "No. I can bring them back. Your parents. With the stone's power, with the elixir, there are rituals, old magic, sacrificial magic, that can pull souls from beyond the veil. Give me the stone, and I will give you your mother and father." The words hung in the air. Harry felt them land, felt the weight of them, the terrible temptation buried in the lie. Because it was a lie. Harry knew it the way he knew the difference between real fire and stage fire. The offer glittered, but it had no warmth. Voldemort couldn't bring back the dead. No one could. The Philosopher's Stone extended life, it didn't restore it. And even if it could, the thing offering was the thing that had taken them in the first place. But the pain was real. The absence was real. Somewhere deep in Harry's chest, in the place where a boy who'd never known his birth parents kept the idea of them, the embroidered tag on a baby blanket, "We love you, we love you, we love you," there was a wound that would never fully close. He acknowledged it. Felt it. Didn't let it drive. "My parents are gone," Harry said. "I've made peace with that. The people who raised me taught me that love doesn't end with death, it just changes shape." He took a step forward. His scar blazed, pain lancing through his skull, but he breathed through it. Acknowledged. Compartmentalized. Kept functioning. "You can't offer me anything I want, Voldemort. You can't threaten me with anything I fear. And you can't take anything from me that matters, because everything that matters is right here." He touched his chest. "In here. Where you can't reach." The red eyes in the back of Quirrell's head narrowed. The shade's voice dropped to something barely audible, and yet it seemed to press against the walls. "Then you will die. Like your mother. Like your father. Like everyone who defies me." "Seize him," the shade screamed, and Quirrell moved. The professor lunged. He was faster than he should have been, the shade was driving his body now, overriding the failing muscles and exhausted nerves with dark magic, puppeting Quirrell like a marionette on strings of pure malice. His hands reached for Harry's throat. Harry didn't retreat. Didn't dodge. Didn't reach for his wand. He caught Quirrell's wrists. Skin touched skin, and the world screamed. Light erupted from the contact point, blinding, golden, searing. The same light that had wrapped around baby Harry on the night his mother died, the sacrificial protection that had lived in his skin for 11 years, now activated with volcanic force by the touch of the thing that had triggered it. But there was more. Underneath the golden light, something else surged, deeper, hotter, older. The 10 years of hell's energy, baked into Harry's bones, saturated into his blood, woven into every fiber of his magical being. It rose like lava, like hellfire, merging with his mother's protection in a conflagration of light and heat that was neither purely mortal nor purely infernal but something entirely new. Quirrell shrieked. His skin blistered where Harry gripped him, turning gray and ashen, crumbling like charred paper. The shade screamed too, a sound like tearing metal, like breaking glass, like the death cry of something that had forgotten how to die. Harry held on. The pain in his scar was blinding. White hot, all-consuming, the worst pain he'd ever felt, worse than any training injury, worse than any demon's attack, worse than the time he'd accidentally touched an angelic weapon in Vaggie's closet when he was 6. The shade was fighting back, pouring its dark energy into the connection, trying to overwhelm the protection, trying to burn through Harry the way Harry was burning through Quirrell. It wasn't enough. It wasn't even close. Harry Potter had been loved by Lily Evans with a love strong enough to stop death itself. He'd been loved by Charlie Morningstar with a love that believed in redemption against all odds. He'd been loved by Vaggie with a love that was fierce and practical and utterly unbreakable. He'd been loved by a hotel full of sinners who'd found something worth protecting in a small boy with green eyes and a lightning bolt scar. Against that, against 11 years of accumulated, layered, reinforced love, Voldemort's shade had nothing. No love. No loyalty. No one who would have died for him or lived for him or sat up at 3 in the morning rocking him back to sleep. Nothing but power and fear and the desperate, pathetic hunger of a thing that had traded its humanity for immortality and gotten neither. Harry pushed. Not physically. Magically. He channeled everything, the golden light, the deep heat, his will, his fury, his love, every lesson from every person who had shaped him, into his hands, into the contact point, into the thing wearing Quirrell's body. Quirrell's flesh disintegrated. Not slowly, not dramatically, but completely, crumbling from the point of contact outward, turning to ash and dust and nothing. The man collapsed, his body falling apart, and from the ruin of it something dark and formless tore free, the shade, Voldemort's wraith, ripped from its host and screaming. It hung in the air for one terrible second. A face in the smoke, red eyes, slit nostrils, a mouth open in a howl of rage and pain and something that might have been terror. It looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Calm. Unafraid. Burning with golden light and hellfire heat, his scar blazing like a star on his forehead, his green eyes steady and bright. "Run," Harry said quietly. The shade fled. It tore through the chamber wall like smoke through a screen, and then it was gone, screaming into the dark, fleeing through the earth, putting as much distance as possible between itself and the boy who burned. The chamber was silent. Harry stood alone. Quirrell's robes lay on the floor, empty, smoking faintly. The mirror stood untouched, its surface shimmering. Harry's legs buckled. He caught himself on one knee, breathing hard. The adrenaline was fading, and underneath it, the exhaustion hit, bone deep, soul deep, the cost of channeling that much power through a body that was still, for all its gifts, 11 years old. His hand touched his robe pocket. Something hard, something smooth, something that hadn't been there before. He pulled it out. The Philosopher's Stone sat in his palm. Small, absurdly small for something so significant. Blood red, multifaceted, warm to the touch. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient light, and Harry realized what had happened. He'd stood in front of the mirror of Eriste, wanting to find the stone to protect it, not to use it, and the mirror had given it to him. He stared at it. The elixir of life. Immortality. Unlimited gold. The most powerful alchemical creation in history, sitting in the hand of an 11-year-old in a basement chamber in Scotland. Harry thought about what Voldemort would do with it. What anyone driven by fear of death would do with it. He thought about what Charlie would say, everyone deserves a chance, but not everyone deserves a second life they haven't earned. He thought about what Vaggie would say, secure the asset, Mijo. He put the stone in his pocket, stood up, and walked toward the door. He made it 4 steps before the darkness took him. He woke up in the hospital wing. White ceiling. White sheets. Sunlight streaming through tall windows, the dust motes turning gold in the beams. The smell of clean linen and medicinal potions. A vase of flowers on the bedside table, violets and something bright orange that was probably magical and definitely clashing. Harry blinked. Assessed. He was alive, he was in one piece, and his scar had settled to a dull, distant ache that was more memory than pain. The first thing he did was reach for his pocket. The stone was gone. The second thing he did was look to his right. Ron was in the next bed, bandaged, sleeping, his red hair fanned across the pillow like a sunset. Alive. Breathing. Good. The third thing he did was look to his left. Hermione was sitting in a chair beside his bed, reading a book, looking perfectly composed except for the red-rimmed eyes that said she'd been crying recently and had stopped specifically so she wouldn't be crying when he woke up. "Hi," Harry said. His voice was a croak. Hermione's composure shattered. She dropped the book and grabbed his hand, squeezing it with a fierceness that made his bones creak. "You absolute idiot," she said, her voice thick and trembling. "You complete, reckless, self-sacrificing, how dare you pass out for 3 days and leave us worried sick, 3 days. 3 days. You've been unconscious since the chamber. Professor Dumbledore brought you up. He said you'd stopped Quirrell, that the stone was safe, that," she stopped. Took a breath. Wiped her eyes with the back of her free hand. "Don't ever do that again. I can't promise that. I know. That's what makes it so infuriating." She squeezed his hand once more, hard, then released it and sat back. "Ron woke up yesterday. Concussion, 2 cracked ribs, a magnificent bruise on his shoulder. Madame Pomfrey fixed everything but he's on bed rest for another day. He's been insufferable about it." "I heard that," Ron mumbled from the next bed, not opening his eyes. "And I'm not insufferable. I'm a war hero. You were knocked off a chess piece. By a queen. That's practically nobility." Harry laughed. It hurt, everything hurt, a deep, muscular ache that suggested his body was still recovering from channeling a small sun's worth of magical energy through it, but it was a good hurt. An alive hurt. "The stone," he said. "Where is it?" "Dumbledore has it. He was here while you were unconscious, sat by your bed for hours, apparently. Madame Pomfrey tried to make him leave and he just smiled and stayed. Harry filed that away. He took the stone from me. He said it was being returned to Nicholas Flamel, who would decide its fate. He seemed to think Flamel would destroy it. Destroy the Philosopher's Stone. That's what he said." Harry stared at the ceiling. A 600-year-old man, choosing to destroy his source of immortality because the risk of it falling into the wrong hands was too great. That was either the bravest decision Harry had ever heard of or the saddest. Maybe both. "I need to talk to Dumbledore," Harry said. "He said he'd come by when you woke up. I suspect he already knows." Hermione glanced at the door. The man has a truly unsettling awareness of everything that happens in this castle. As if summoned, and Harry suspected he literally was, through some monitoring charm on the hospital wing, Albus Dumbledore appeared in the doorway 5 minutes later. He was wearing robes of pale gold, his beard neatly combed, his half-moon spectacles catching the sunlight. He looked rested, benign, and completely in control. Harry looked at him and felt a complex mixture of gratitude, respect, and cold fury. "Ah, Harry." Dumbledore conjured a chair and sat beside the bed, crossing his ankles. "I am glad to see you awake. You gave us quite a scare. Professor. Lemon drop?" He produced a small bag from his robes. Harry declined. Dumbledore took one himself and sucked on it thoughtfully. "I imagine you have questions." "Several." "Then by all means." Harry looked at Hermione. She took the cue, stood, and gave his shoulder a squeeze. "I'll check on Ron." She moved to Ron's bed, close enough to hear but far enough to give the illusion of privacy. Harry appreciated the tactical positioning. Hermione was learning. "The stone," Harry said. "You used it as bait." Dumbledore's expression didn't change. "The stone was brought to Hogwarts for safekeeping at the request of my old friend Nicholas Flamel, who had reason to believe it was being targeted. You brought it to a school full of children. You guarded it with obstacles that 3 first-years navigated in an evening. You knew Quirrell was possessed and you let him teach classes for an entire year, in contact with students, while Voldemort's shade lived in his skull. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Those are statements, Harry, not questions. Fine. Here's a question, did you plan for me to go after the stone? The silence stretched. Dumbledore looked at Harry over the rims of his spectacles, and for the first time, the twinkle dimmed. Not gone, dimmed. Like a lamp turned low. I hoped, Dumbledore said carefully, that if the worst came to pass, you would be prepared. That's not an answer. It's the most honest answer I can give. I did not plan for you to face Voldemort at 11 years old. But I recognized the possibility, and I ensured that the conditions existed for you to succeed if it happened. The invisibility cloak. Your father's. Yours by right. Given to me anonymously, at Christmas, in the middle of the year when you knew the stone was bait and Quirrell was closing in. You armed me, Professor. You armed an 11-year-old and pointed him at a Dark Lord. Dumbledore's expression was difficult to read. There was no guilt there, or if there was, it was buried deep under layers of conviction and calculation. But there was something else. Something that looked, if Harry squinted, like regret. I have made many decisions in my life, Harry, and not all of them were kind. I have learned, through bitter experience, that sometimes the greatest good requires the smallest cruelties. He paused. But I did not send you through that trapdoor. You went of your own volition, with your friends, because you recognized a threat and acted on it. I did not make you brave. I simply trusted that you were. Harry held his gaze. The old man's eyes were very blue, very bright, and very tired. I'm not your soldier, Harry said. I'm not your weapon, your pawn, or your chosen one. I'm a kid who grew up in a place that taught me to recognize when someone is playing a game with my life. And I'm telling you now, if you want my cooperation, you earn it. Through honesty. Through respect. Through treating me as a person, not a piece on your board. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. You are very much like your mother, he said finally. She had the same gift for seeing through pretense. The same refusal to be managed. A small, genuine smile. She would have been proud of you, Harry. As am I. I don't need your pride, Professor. I need your word. No more secrets that affect my life. No more tests disguised as school years. If there's something I need to know, about Voldemort, about the prophecy, about whatever game you're playing, you tell me. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You know about the prophecy? I know there is one. I don't know the details. But I know that a prophecy is the reason Voldemort targeted my family, and I know you've been sitting on that information since before I was born. Alastor had told him. A brief mention in one of their journal exchanges, prophecies are the refuge of the lazy and the prison of the credulous, but they do have a way of mattering to the people trapped in them. Harry had connected the dots himself. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long, measuring moment. Then he nodded, once, slowly, with the air of a man making a significant concession. When you are ready, he said, we will discuss the prophecy. Not today. Not because I wish to keep it from you, but because today you should rest, and heal, and be with your friends. The prophecy will wait. It has waited this long. Your word, Professor. You have it. My word. Dumbledore stood, vanishing the chair with a wave of his hand. And Harry, for what it is worth, I am sorry. For the test. For the danger. For putting the weight of the world on shoulders that should only be carrying schoolbooks. I can carry it, Harry said. I've been trained to carry heavy things. I know. That is what concerns me most. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. The protection your mother's sacrifice gave you, the magic that destroyed Quirrell when he touched you. I have studied it extensively, and I confess it behaves differently than I expected. There is a secondary signature within it. Something I cannot identify. Something that is not of this world. Harry said nothing. You mentioned, when we first met, an Uncle Alastair. And your guardians, remarkable women, both of them, possess a quality that my considerable experience cannot categorize. I am not asking you to explain, Harry. I am merely observing that the universe placed you somewhere extraordinary when you fell through the cracks, and whatever that place gave you, it made you strong enough to face a Dark Lord at 11 and win. It gave me a family, Harry said. That's all. Dumbledore smiled. It was, for once, entirely without agenda. That is never all, Harry. That is everything. He left. The hospital wing settled back into quiet, broken only by Ron's snoring and the distant sounds of a castle full of students going about their end-of-term business. Harry lay back on his pillow. His body ached. His scar throbbed. His magical core felt scraped hollow, like a well that had been drained to the bedrock and was only now beginning to refill. He reached under his pillow and pulled out the communication crystal. Mom. Mama. The response was instantaneous. Not one voice, two, overlapping, tumbling over each other. Harry, are you okay, Mijo? We felt. The crystal went dark for 3 days, 3 days, I was going to tear open a portal and, I told her to wait, I told her you could handle it, but if you ever, I'm okay, Harry said. I'm okay. I won. He's gone. The shade, Voldemort's wraith, I burned it out of Quirrell and it fled. The stone is safe. My friends are safe. I'm in the hospital wing because I passed out from magical exhaustion, but I'm fine. Silence. The kind of silence that's full of people trying very hard not to cry. Tell us everything, Charlie said, her voice thick. Harry told them. All of it, the gauntlet, the challenges, Ron's sacrifice on the chessboard, Hermione's logic, the mirror, Quirrell, the shade, the confrontation. He told them about burning Quirrell with his touch, about the golden light merging with the deep heat of his hell-steeped power, about the shade fleeing into the dark. He told them about Dumbledore. Vaggie listened to that part in silence. When Harry finished, she said one word, good. Good. You drew a line. You told the most powerful wizard in Britain that you're not his to command. That's good. That's what I raised you to do. He gave his word. Words are cheap. Watch his actions. I will. And Harry? Yeah, Mama. You fought a Dark Lord's shade. At 11. And you won. A pause. I'm not going to say I'm proud because I say it too much and you'll think it's meaningless. So instead I'll say this, you did exactly what I would have done. And that's the highest compliment I know how to give. Harry's eyes stung. Thanks, Mama. We love you, Charlie said. We love you so much. Come home soon. Soon. A few more days. End of term. We'll be waiting. The whole hotel. Angel's been stress baking since your crystal went dark. There are 17 cakes in the kitchen and Husk is threatening to burn the building down. Harry laughed, and the laugh turned into something that was half sob, because he was tired and sore and 11 years old and he'd just fought the darkest wizard in history and all he wanted in the world was to go home and eat cake and be held by the people who loved him. Soon, he promised. I'll be home soon. He pressed the crystal against his heart and closed his eyes. In the bed next to him, Ron stirred. Harry? You awake? Yeah. Did we win? We won. Brilliant. A pause. My head hurts. You got hit by a chess queen. Right. That happened. Another pause. Worth it, though. Yeah, Ron. It was worth it. Silence. Then Ron's voice, smaller, quieter, "Are you okay? Really okay?" Harry thought about it. Really thought. The honest answer was complicated. He was bruised, drained, shaken, processing the experience of touching pure evil and burning it with the power of accumulated love. He was an 11-year-old who'd just been forced to grow up a little faster than he should have. But he was alive. His friends were alive. The stone was safe. Voldemort's shade was gone, diminished, weakened, driven back into the shadows. And his family was waiting for him, on the other side of a dimensional barrier, with 17 cakes and open arms. "Yeah," Harry said. "I'm really okay." Ron's hand reached across the gap between their beds. Harry took it. They lay there, two boys in a hospital wing, holding hands in the sunlight, and it was enough. Hermione, who had been pretending to read and had actually been listening to everything, closed her book and wiped her eyes and didn't say a word, because some moments didn't need words. They just needed people.